to get back on the road as quickly as possible, and your support helps make that happen. You can learn more about the SEF or make a donation at truckersfund.org. Support our highway heroes by donating today, or consider including the SCF in your estate planning. Again, you can learn more at truckersfund.org.
Good morning, 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got another really cold start this morning. We're at 30 degrees right now. We've got more in your forecast coming up in just a couple of moments. World leaders gathering for a security summit yesterday. Ukrainian President Zelensky in attendance. The urgency heightened after Zelensky's visit with President Trump on Friday descended into an open argument.
The British Prime Minister saying Europe must do the heavy lifting when it comes to securing peace in Ukraine and providing military aid. Secretary of State Marco Rubio accuses Zelensky of derailing peace talks.
I hope this could all be reset. I hope he comes to the realization that we're actually trying to help his country here.
The Trump administration, after Friday's confrontation, accused Zelensky of trying to prolong the war and being ungrateful for U.S. support.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio there. Witnesses tell Channel 4 that man who was shot during a stabbing in Brentwood last week had been stabbing his own mother. He was shot dead by a neighbor after refusing to stop. Here's Channel 4's Jordan James.
Leading up to this, witnesses tell WSMV4 that Julian Porter allegedly attacked his mother outside of their Brentwood home Wednesday evening with a knife. A witness says the 26-year-old refused to drop the weapon despite them honking and calling out for help. The commotion caught the attention of a neighbor who reportedly gave Porter warnings to drop the knife. Once he refused, that's when that neighbor shot Porter, who died from his injuries. Following the shooting, the witness tells us that the woman kept asking, was her son still alive, and to call her husband.
As of Friday, no charges have been filed on the neighbor with the gun who intervened. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Chuck Sievertson.
Trading will resume after a lackluster February that ended with strong rallies by the major indexes Friday. That day also featured a report showing inflation easing a bit, but also consumer spending dropped by the most since 2021. Analysts noting this because Americans' spending is seen as a major reason why there's been no recession. Analysts say much of January's drop in spending could have been the simple result of painfully cold weather around the country and other anomalies. In the bond market, Treasury yields sank again following the data on consumer spending and inflation. Among the reports due out this week that could affect stock prices, one's on auto sales, construction, and manufacturing Monday, factory orders Wednesday, the same day we get a monthly report on private business from the firm ADP. That comes out ahead of the Labor Department's monthly surveys Friday on the February jobs picture and the unemployment rate. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Now, stock futures this morning are up. We've got Dow futures gaining 99. NASDAQ futures are plus 83. The S&P futures are up 18 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, no delays this morning heading in so far. We've got 24, 65, and 40 free of any big delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And man, there's a lot of Super Talk going on this morning. Of course, everybody knows what happened on Friday, this meeting between Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, the latest on this is that Zelensky apparently is now ready to sign this mineral deal, but there's a lot of questions going on right now within this deal. And so I want to talk a little bit about, we've all heard the audio, we've all seen the video of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Zelensky going back and forth, and the big argument that that happened, ensued. But here's the thing that I actually want to talk about. I want to talk about what led up to the argument. Again, we've all heard the argument, but people are trying to blame Donald Trump. And people are trying to say, you know, the people on the left, they're trying to say, and in the media, that this was some sort of an ambush between J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Zelensky. And so I want to play audio that actually proves that Zelensky was really the one that kind of ambushed Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, not the other way around. And this is important. If you've seen the video, you know that Zelensky was sitting there, arms folded, had a few times where he kind of eye rolled, and clearly he was coming in very either passive aggressively or downright aggressive. Now, there's a reason for that, and I'm going to get into that coming up. But I want to play some audio for you. And this is just a few sound bites leading up to the argument. And Zelensky was absolutely obsessed with security guarantees from Donald Trump.
Really, I hope that this first document, will be a first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names.
All right, so you heard many times there, that was a montage of Zelensky talking about his desire for security guarantees. Donald Trump has been saying all along, he's been very open and honest and transparent about this. The mineral deal has to come first. Then we talk about security guarantees. And you also heard within that montage that I put together that Zelensky was also saying not so good things about Vladimir Putin, which is certainly his right. But that is the lead up to the blow up. And again, from what I keep hearing, the lead up to this meeting itself was full of issues, because everybody was frustrated. Donald Trump was frustrated, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, the entire Trump administration was very angry with Zelensky because he simply would not sign this deal. And you've got Marco Rubio and Scott Bessent and the Secretary of State and the Treasury Secretary. They're both saying that Zelensky wouldn't sign off on this deal. And he kept pushing it off, and then that leads up to this meeting. Now, at the beginning of the meeting, Trump was very cordial and very nice to Zelensky. He said, I'm honored to have you here. Great to have you here. And it was almost to be a celebration of the signing of this deal.
And long-term security for Ukraine. How does this provide it?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it. And we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first.
Yeah, Trump wanted the deal. And here's the thing. The thing is, Donald Trump wants to be paid back for the last 3.5 years, the hundreds of billions of dollars that we, the people of America, have paid for this never-ending war between Russia and Ukraine. And so Trump wants to be paid back, and then we'll talk about security moving forward. Because Trump doesn't want to be involved in protecting Ukraine for the rest of time. Nobody does. And Donald Trump pointed out many times, Americans do need to be paid back, and our taxpayer dollars do need to be protected.
Terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But
and there's nothing wrong with that. And so it's been fascinating to watch over the weekend. You have all of these, and Zelensky has been on this European tour, right? He's been embracing Emmanuel Macron. He's been embracing the UK Prime Minister, and he's been all over the country, all over the world. And the thing that I love is that for Donald Trump, I mean, he's been saying this all along. You know what, Europe? You take care of this. Knock yourselves out. And then, of course, in the news this morning is Zelensky suddenly, after going and seeing all of these world leaders, Zelensky is now ready to sign this mineral deal. And so the question is, well, do you believe him? Is he really going to do this? And so you heard Donald Trump say, and this is a fact, that America has given money, far more money than Europe. That's number one. Number two, with Europe, these were loans to be paid back. And with America, under Joe Biden, we were just making it rain for Ukraine, just not ever getting our money back. And so the two financial arrangements were completely different. Zelensky decides to defend his European friends and disagree with Donald Trump on how much Europe gave. This was Zelensky publicly rebuking Donald Trump on the world stage. And this really, I believe, was the beginning of the end.
President Trump said that they made less support, but they are our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. They did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue.
No.
Okay.
And so that of course, you heard. I mean, in a very belittling way, Zelensky is saying that Europe gave just as much as America, and that is simply not true. That is simply not true. And so Trump is just sitting there, and you heard him. Trump is like, I'm not going to argue about this. His whole point, Donald Trump's whole point, was he wanted this to be a celebration of this deal. And Zelensky, Vance was absolutely right. Zelensky went in there with an agenda. If anybody is guilty of an ambush, it is Zelensky. And at one point, and Zelensky has said this before, that he refuses to make any compromises. And Donald Trump said, well,
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises.
And listen, Donald Trump and his team, they've been going back and forth with Zelensky and Putin since he got into office, really before he got into office, trying to end this thing. And so it is clear that Zelensky and Europe, they want this never-ending war. And Donald Trump, of course, all this man wants to do is save lives and find some peace. That's all he wants to do. And now he's been accused, and he is being accused perpetually of he and J.D. Vance having all of this pre-planned and ambushing Zelensky, when, in my opinion, it was the other way around. I've got more audio on this, 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Looks like things are just fine still this morning, heading in on 40, on 65, on 24. Things are looking really good so far this morning. No delays to speak of. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Weather today, a high of 61 under sunny skies. Right now, 29 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, watch us on YouTube if you would. You can stream us anywhere and everywhere. You can watch us on Facebook and X and 997WTN.com. My preferred way is on YouTube. And if you go to YouTube, you can take the Daily Dan poll, watch the radio show, take the poll, and the poll question basically is, do you believe that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, as they are being accused, did they ambush Vladimir Zelensky? Was this whole thing, was this whole confrontation pre-planned? Go take the poll right now at YouTube and watch us there as well. Now, Donald Trump and his team, they've been going back and forth with Putin and Zelensky since he got into office, trying to end this thing. And Donald Trump is getting blasted on many sides simply for wanting to save lives and money. How dare he?
This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important.
All right, so you've heard all of this audio, and there's a little bit more, but you've heard all of this audio. Does it sound to you like this is Donald Trump trying to bait Zelensky? No. Trump is simply here to talk up and celebrate this minerals agreement that was supposed to be signed in just a few hours following this press conference. And Zelensky came in. I played you the montage earlier where he kept derailing the conversation and talking about this security guarantee. And that's not where Donald Trump was. Trump kept saying, the security guarantee is such a small part of this whole thing. But there was also another sticking point about Zelensky wearing a suit and about how Trump, he wanted Zelensky to wear a suit. He wanted Zelensky to come in and wear a suit, not the usual, I don't know, that military kind of garb that he wears. And Zelensky, he has said in the past, in fairness to Zelensky, he has always said, I'm not going to wear a suit while Ukraine is at war. But Trump said, listen, I'd like him, he sent word to Zelensky's team, I want him to wear a suit to respect the Oval Office and the American people.
You're at the highest, why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something
like yours, yes. Maybe something better, I don't know. Yeah. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than, yeah. Thank you.
So, clearly Zelensky didn't know what to say to all that. But here's my take on the whole suit thing. If the guy that is giving you billions of dollars wants you to wear a suit, then put on a damn suit.
Did you see when he showed up? When he first got out of the car?
Yes. I wish I had that audio. Can you see if we can find that audio?
Yeah.
So Zelensky gets out of the car, and Trump, by the way, towering over Zelensky, and he shakes hands, and Trump basically says, oh, it's great you got all dressed up. Look, he got all dressed up. And Zelensky's sitting there looking like a fifth grader who forgot that it was school picture day. You know what I mean? But Zelensky, again, if you're coming to the president of the United States, if you're coming to the Oval Office and you want billions of dollars and the guy that you're asking for that money wants you to wear a suit, you wear a suit. I think Zelensky is very prideful. And I think Zelensky, he's got some issues with ego and pride. And one of the things that I noticed, and you probably noticed this too, is that during this whole thing, especially when these two titans started to clash, Trump and Zelensky wouldn't shut the hell up.
You know, the audio is so bad from when he got out of the car.
Yeah.
Because it's just loud. But President Trump shakes his hand. He's looking at him and he says, "Oh, look, he's all dressed up."
Oh, look, he's all dressed up. And the funny part is, like, Trump is like towering over him too.
Yeah, he's much bigger than him.
But here's the thing, though. Trump actually, Joan, Trump took the high road on the whole suit thing.
Please. And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think he's dressed.
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautifully.
So I have more serious things than answer on such
That's
questions.
true. That's
I
a
will
good-
answer on more serious
that's a good
questions if I can.
And so, Trump is trying to sort of de-escalate things.
Yeah.
And over, as Trump, is getting clearly frustrated that Zelensky is focused on the security detail and not the mineral deal. And you could tell that things were getting a little combative. Let's just put it that way. A little combative. Trump talking about getting the deal done.
I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done.
Yeah, and he said that over and over again. And by the way, obviously there's nothing wrong with wanting to get a deal done. I never thought I would see a time where you have in America and across the world where an American president is trying to save lives and end a war. And so many people are against it. It is, honest to goodness, it is baffling. I knew it was bad, and I'm going to get into this audio here at some point throughout the morning. I knew it was bad when Lindsey Graham, of all people, because, he's a war hawk, right? And he's been a big friend to Zelensky. When Zelensky had his meltdown and he was escorted from the Oval Office, Graham came out and he basically called for regime change. And he said that he had lost all faith in Vladimir Zelensky. And he said the people of Ukraine need to decide whether or not Zelensky is the guy that they want to be in charge. So I've got that audio for you. And by the way, the big news this morning is that Zelensky is now saying that he's ready to sign a mineral deal. But what I find interesting is that he did spend all of that time touring Europe and the UK. And he met with all of these foreign leaders, and they're all talking about how they're going to step up, not only financially, but also they're talking about militarily. And Zelensky suddenly on this Monday morning, after meeting with all of those world leaders, is now ready to come back and sign a deal with Donald Trump. So we'll keep you updated on all that and a whole lot more at 523 Joan Jones.
Teenagers busted into a house for sale to throw a massive party. Also, if federal workers didn't like it the first time around, they're really hating another Tell Me 5 Things email. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to a Monday, March 3rd. Hope you are doing well. Just kind of going over, and a couple of people asking me if I know or knew that Zelensky met with some Trump-hating Democrats right before this meeting, Joan.
Yes.
Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. Chris Coons had confirmed that. So imagine this dynamic. You got a bunch of Trump-hating Democrats that meet with Zelensky right before he goes in to meet with Donald Trump. And these Trump-hating Democrats are like, don't agree to the mineral deal. Don't agree to the mineral deal. And he gets them all, they get them all fired up and been pissed off right before he goes in. And then Zelensky sits there, arms folded, rolling his eyes. And I do believe that Zelensky, the water was poisoned by the Democrats right before he went in.
Sure seems it. I mean, didn't he go and campaign for the Democrats in Pennsylvania before the elections?
He sure did.
Yep.
He sure did. We talked about that.
Yeah.
And
Trump,
J.D. Vance called him out. What?
You say Trump-hating Democrats. You mean Democrats?
Yes. Why am I being redundant?
Yeah.
Right.
All right, 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, coming up, we will talk a little bit about how Vladimir Putin came up, and one of my favorite moments from this press conference. It is epic. It is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A chilly start again today. We're at 30 degrees. The high today, 61. More in the forecast to come. An East Nashville man who sunk his life savings into building a couple of homes to sell for a profit is devastated after learning that someone gained access to one of the homes and held a huge party inside, causing $100,000 worth of damage.
It's heartbreaking. I'm not some big developer. I'm just a guy, and I've got my whole life savings into these houses. So you roll up and see everybody destroying that, you feel helpless. It's an immediate sense of helplessness. And when you call 911 and they say they can't get anybody out there immediately, it's just, you feel very helpless.
That's Kyle Gracer speaking to Channel 4. He says someone gained access to the lockbox code for that house and spread the word about a party on social media. Well, we're keeping an eye on weather for tomorrow that could include some strong and potentially severe thunderstorms. Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro tells us it'll be extremely windy tomorrow during the day, and then some rain arrives late in the afternoon, and then late at night, the thunderstorms could turn severe.
Heavy rainfall that could cause ponding on roadways will be the main concern. Could have some high wind gusts in there as well. Hail and tornado threats are very low, but something to not be ignored.
And the high winds will stick around for Wednesday, too. Remember those Tell Me 5 Things You Did Last Week emails? Well, they're back. The Office of Personnel Management wants employees to answer the email a second time.
Many federal employees received a second email this weekend demanding they list 5 tasks they completed at work last week, according to emails reviewed by ABC News. The emails give a Monday night deadline and do not address whether or not replying would lead to possible job loss. But Musk saying those who fail to respond will be fired. Writing on X, the president has made it clear that this is mandatory for the executive branch.
ABC's Selena Wang there. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, no delays to speak of, no volume delays to speak of this morning. Just watch it out at the airport. You've got that construction work on Donaldson Pike at I-40. You'll probably run into a few delays there this morning as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan.
Yes.
Were you shocked at who won the Oscars last night?
I don't even know who won the Oscars last night.
The Oscars were last night?
That was a total test.
Uh-huh.
I have no idea. You know what we ought to do?
No, I actually do know a little bit about who won.
Yeah. Who won?
I don't know about who. I'm sorry. The movie that won.
Which one was it? What movie won? I guarantee you I didn't see it.
I guarantee you didn't either. It's called Nora.
Okay.
And it's about sex workers. Like, okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah. None of us have seen it. It's one of those issues that Hollywood feels like it needs to take on.
Wasn't there like a bunch of movies about trans and all that kind of stuff, if I remember correctly?
Yes.
It's just a bunch of woke movies,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
All right, so here's your job. KGB, what I need you to do is I need you to pull up all of the nominees from last night and the winners. So I need you to do that.
This is turning into a hostile work environment.
Deal with it. So now, I love this moment from the press conference on Friday, which some people missed it, whatever. But I love this moment where Trump is asked whether or not the, what if there's a ceasefire and then Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it?
I love that.
Oh, he is amazing.
Oh, my goodness.
What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
He went full New York accent on that one.
Yeah, he did. It's almost like he went Philly Joan, but he went New York Donald.
It's perfect.
I saw that. I was, because I'm watching all of this at home in real time, right? And I'm just like screaming at the TV. And it was, Donald Trump was right. It was really captivating television.
What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
So I think now, and I had the same reaction, where it's like, okay, so we can all just sit here and talk about what if.
Right.
And if we do that, then we never get anything done. Can I tell you something that's going on with me, like Joan, right at this very minute?
Okay, tell me.
I don't know how to describe this, but somebody has sat in this chair.
Uh-oh.
And there's like perfume. And I don't know.
It was Jennifer Sheets.
Is it Jennifer Sheets?
It must be.
I love Jennifer, but holy moly. Like there's perfume that is like emanating from the back of this chair. And it's just like,
Is it making you
It's getting into my
sniffly?
nose.
Yeah.
It's getting into my nose, and I'm having a hard time. I'm trying not to start sniffling it, and I love Jennifer Sheets.
I produced her show yesterday. She's awesome.
I love her. She's great. I just...
You're going to smell,
man.
You're going to smell pretty when you go home today.
I'm going to go home, and Amy's going to be like, why do you smell of perfume?
Yeah.
Who are you saying? Sorry.
I know, that's...
I had the list, by the way, of Oscars. And the winnings and this garbage.
By the way, KGB, don't screw this up or else.
What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
I would rather
on your head.
I would rather have that than watch the Oscars, to be fair.
Very good. Yeah. All right, so let's go through just very quickly, because I don't want to spend too much time on this. But what are the movies?
So for Best Picture was Nora that won.
Yes.
The Brutalist, A Complete Unknown, Conclave, Dune Part 2, Amelia Perez, which is the musical about changing genders.
Right.
I'm Still Here, Nickel Boys and The Substance.
Nickel Boys.
I have literally heard of only Dune Part 2.
Yeah, I've not seen or heard of any of those movies, and I think most people haven't. And I think the Oscars, of course, struggles with relevance these days. I think, does anybody really care about the Oscars?
I don't think so.
No.
So for Honora, Mikey Madison is the lead actress, and she accepted the Oscar for Best Actress for her role in Honora.
Yeah.
And she used her speech to express gratitude to the sex worker community that inspired her role and said that she would continue to be an ally.
An ally to the sex workers?
Yes.
An ally to
Are we talking about
prostitutes?
prostitutes? Is
Prostitution,
that what
that's correct.
Here's to the brothels is basically what she's saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
Then go hang out in Pahrump. Isn't that where it's all legal?
Do you think she
in
meant
Nevada?
Do you think she meant like the people that were like victims of this and like being an ally to the victims and she just said it wrong? Or do you think?
No, I think so. There is a certain amount of empathy for people who choose to become prostitutes.
Some don't really have a
Really?
choice, though.
Yeah. And some don't have a choice. I don't
Yeah.
think they're talking about people who are sex trafficked.
See, this is okay. So there's clearly a big difference between people that are sex trafficked and people that make the choice to be prostitutes. Because there are some women, and listen, I don't want to get into a big fight with people, but there are some people who choose to be prostitutes. And they can go out and they can get better money elsewhere, but they choose to be prostitutes because I guess for them it's easy money. Other people have no choice and they're trapped by drugs and pimps and all that other kind of stuff. I knew a girl, and I've told this story before. I knew a girl who was a stripper. She was a stripper.
Yeah.
And I worked with her, not at a strip club. It was her other job.
Coming
That
to
would've been interesting.
stage. Damn.
And, oh, trust me,
Sorry.
people would pay me to keep my clothes on, trust me.
just boot off the stage.
But she was like, I make so much money stripping. Like 50 times more than she makes, at the station that we were working at. So she's like, I can't leave this money. It's great money. And, guys are looking at me alluringly all night. And she got something out of that, too. So, whatever.
Alarming number of girls in college where I went were strippers. And
Right.
they actually had some of them had their own houses, like 2-story houses.
Yeah. I mean,
isn't that what, is it OnlyFans or?
Yeah, no, OnlyFans that's a little more extreme. That's more pornographic, but they're making millions like a month.
Is OnlyFans pornographic?
It can be, yes. You can they get to choose how far they're willing to go, but the ones that really go the farthest are making millions, literally. And some just talk to them and just make millions off just the chatting with them alone. Like that's how crazy.
So is there a difference between strippers and OnlyFans?
It's roughly the same.
I'm asking a question.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not on OnlyFans.
OnlyFans is internet, so you easier access to it, I guess. And there's like a subscription. It's kind of like YouTube in a sense, but with more indecent exposure. But yeah, a lot of it is like
with more indecent exposure than you see in a strip club.
Yeah,
because
yes,
because it's
strip clubs. There's a lot of exposure.
Yeah. No, but this is like basically you're subscribing to porn.
Okay,
that's what OnlyFans is. And
my question is, how do you know all this? KGB.
Every podcast you can think of, it talks about this. Basically, they always and Joe Rogan has talked about this.
OnlyFans?
Yeah, just how big it's gotten. I'll find.
Listen, look, I'm all about I'm very libertarian on a lot of things. Whatever. I mean, if they're not breaking any laws and that's what they want to do, then whatever.
Yeah, they have their choice of how far they're willing to go. No one's forced them to go on there.
Right.
And people honestly don't even do that. Some artists are on there, and some people do other stuff. And people make money off the silliest of things on OnlyFans just because it's something different.
Got people. We've joked before about people with foot fetishes. I mean,
I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking about just non-sexual.
People
are
music
on there too.
or
exactly, yeah. Some
comedy.
People use it for other things, and because it's not what everyone else is doing, they make money off of that.
Oh, you know what? Let's see here. I'm a federal employee. Here's the email that I got last week. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Please reply to this email with approximately 5 bullets describing what you accomplished last week and CC your manager. Now, clearly, KGB was on OnlyFans. That was something he got done last week because he knows a lot about it.
Yeah.
Going forward, please complete the above task each week by Mondays at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So every Monday night, they got to fill out this report.
So I listened to Elon Musk on the Joe Rogan show. It's 3 hours long, so I listened to some of it anyway.
Yeah.
But he was talking about these, and he said they're going to continue doing it because they still want to weed out the people who aren't really there and aren't really doing anything. You know, there are people that are just picking up a paycheck and they really don't even work.
Yeah.
So
there's no problem with that. It is so stunning. You know what? Do you know what's so infuriating but entertaining at the same time? Like, this is my life these days. Is everything that makes common sense, people are outraged over.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh my God, Donald Trump wants to end a war and save lives? How dare he?
Yeah.
He's a dictator. The man wants to end the flippin' meat grinder, man. I mean, that's what's crazy, and save money. So there's that. Then you've got Elon Musk and Donald Trump wanting to stop the senseless and reckless spending that is going on through Doge. And we talked about all of that ad nauseum. And the Democrats are out there singing, bad 60s songs, civil rights songs, pretending like it's their heyday all over again. And really what they're trying to save is reckless and crazy and unnecessary and horrific spending that, honest to goodness, in some instances, led to people getting killed because they're funding regime change across the world. And by the way, our government supported the regime change and facilitated the regime change that put Zelensky in power. So, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation to have at some point, not right now, but this is part of what we spend. And people are screaming about Donald Trump wanting to stop that. And so it just, again, not to belabor the point, but you walk through, AOC's district and you say, okay, so do you support this? Do you support this? Do you support this? And I guarantee you they would all say no. Somebody actually did that. And there was so many curse words I couldn't even air it because it wouldn't have made any sense. People are like, what are we spending the money on? And so you have all of these different instances. And now we have, oh, wait, you want government workers to be accountable? How dare they? And so the point is that this is all common sense stuff. Hold people accountable. Spend wisely. Stop killing in wars. And
close the borders.
Close the border. And it's all just crazy and hostile. It is stunning to me. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, I'm going to play you the audio, the part of the audio where they start talking about Vladimir Putin. And everybody wants Donald Trump to say something bad about Vladimir Putin, right? You
what
notice
is that? Yes.
Well, the reason why they're doing that is because, for whatever reason, got a lot of people in the media that want this war to keep going. Do you know why the people in the media want this war to keep going? Because Donald Trump wants it to end.
And that's the only reason.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, it's the craziest thing.
It is crazy. These people are flipping nuts. They're nuts. And so for Trump, he's just trying to get all of this wrapped up, man. That's all he wants to do. He wants to be a peacetime president. By the way, I did get the audio of Zelensky getting out of the car.
Oh, you did? Good.
And Trump meeting him. I kind of fixed it a little bit. So this is it. Zelensky gets out of the car, and there he is in his
costume,
little outfit.
Costume.
Halloween costume.
His little outfit. I don't know what you call it.
Trick or treat.
But, well, that's what it looked like.
But with money.
Pretty close. How are you? Pretty shut.
He's all dressed up today.
President Trump, what's your message?
And so he's, looking at reporters or whoever is there, and he's like, he's all dressed up today. And, of course, the message is that Trump had sent word that he wanted Zelensky to respect the Oval Office and respect the White House.
And he couldn't even do it.
And show up in a suit. And Zelensky refused to even acquiesce to that. So who ambushed who?
Yeah.
Did Zelensky ambush Trump?
Good point.
Yeah. I think Zelensky ambushed Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. It's not the other way around. The people who are out there saying that Trump and Vance ambushed Zelensky, they haven't paid attention to the first 35, 40 minutes of that press conference where Zelensky, you know what Zelensky was doing? And I played all this audio, and check out the podcast if you want. But, you know, Zelensky was like poking the bear.
Oh, yeah.
All the way through until finally J.D. Vance got pissed. And J.D. Vance totally called him out. And then Zelensky and Vance start going back and forth. And then Trump is like, all right, guys, enough. And then Trump puts Zelensky in his place, as he should. And my favorite quote.
What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
I just love that.
Okay, how funny would it be if they have another meeting and Trump doesn't wear a suit, just wears like a skin-tight T-shirt and jeans or something like that, too.
With respect to Donald Trump, I don't think he would look good.
It would still be funny.
The only have you ever seen him in anything but dress shirt?
Unless he's golfing.
Or his golfing, yeah. I mean, that's the only thing he wears.
You should take Zelensky golfing and just make fun of his swing all 18 holes. I'd pay money to see that.
Listen, if Zelensky, and again, by the way, the reason Zelensky refuses to wear a suit is because he doesn't want to wear a suit while Ukraine is at war. I get that, but again, if the guy who you're asking billions of dollars for wants you to wear a suit, then man, wear a damn suit. It is 5:52. All right, coming up, I've got audio on the battle over Vladimir Putin, and everybody wants Donald Trump to say something nasty about Vladimir Putin. He comes back with basically a 10-word sentence explaining very rationally why he's not going to say anything negative about Vladimir Putin right now. Coming up at 6, the news, Joan.
Yeah, reading, writing, and ridding the government of the education department. We'll tell you what Doge is doing today. And executions are set to return in Tennessee. Those stories and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, tomorrow is the big day. Donald Trump and his State of the Union, if you will, and we have a big event going on at the Nashville Palace, and I don't know how many tickets we've sold, but I'd be willing to bet there's probably some tickets left because it's a pretty big place. So come on out, join Brian Wilson, Matt Murphy, yours truly, Chad Benson, and Chris Hand. Joan Jones is going to be there. KGB is going to be there as well. Matt's going to be getting his hair cut. And it is not only a live broadcast, but it is also going to be a chance for you to meet Chad Benson. This is going to be his first event, and it's the first event for Joan Jones as well. So we'd love to see you out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Nashville Palace. Matt's going to begin his live broadcast there at 6 o'clock tomorrow, and then he'll go from, 3 to 6 or whatever it is, and then all of us start talking from 6 to like 7 or 8. Then Trump does his thing, and then we watch it, and then we all just have a good time. And I love these events, so come on out. I don't know, do you think, Joan, that Matt is ready to say goodbye to Locks for Trump?
Oh, I think he's not going to really have a choice.
He's not going to have a choice.
No.
He's going to be, I want to know how this is going to work. Like, is he going to be monologuing and we're going to hear like clippers in the background?
Oh, that would be awesome.
That's what I want.
Clippers or a buzz? I think we'll hear the buzz. Bzz.
The buzz?
Yeah.
Okay.
He moves a lot when he talks. When he gets in a monologue, he kind of has movements, moves his hands and stuff. I don't think that's a good idea.
So there could be a nicked ear here?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Do you know, once the late, great Phil Valentine and I, in what I not so affectionately call the longest 10 minutes of my life in radio, did play-by-play of an eclipse. So, and that was it's getting darker. It's getting darker.
I can't even imagine.
It's like watching paint dry.
It was, and it just kind of happened. And so,
did you plan it that way? Was this an event?
It wasn't. I was doing a broadcast live from the roof during this eclipse. I don't even know when it was. And so I'm up there and I'm just doing a show. And then, of course, Phil comes up. And so then he and I just started going back and forth on the eclipse. And then suddenly we just found ourselves in the very awkward, position of trying to do play-by-play of an eclipse. And
just imagine you on the roof is funny.
So then I'm imagining doing play-by-play of Matt Murphy's haircut.
There goes one lock. The scissors are going on the other side of the head.
There's a 1/4 inch.
Oh, it got his ear. Oh, there's blood everywhere.
Do you know what I mean?
Somebody's got to do something to make him feel like he's going to look weird. Shave one side, give him the...
Sure. Absolutely.
We have to do something.
I will think about it.
Yeah.
Meantime, it's time for the news. It's 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash involving some injuries this morning out by the airport. Careful as you go on Briley Parkway at Glastonbury Road. More in traffic and weather right after the news. The Trump administration is moving ahead with its plan to reduce the federal workforce. Today, the focus is on the 3 R's.
Workers at the Department of Education have until this Monday to decide whether to accept a payment of up to $25,000 to voluntarily resign or retire, according to a memo obtained by ABC. Secretary of Education nominee Linda McMahon, who could be confirmed as early as Monday, is preparing to work with Congress to shutter the department as reductions in its workforce continue. It's all part of the Trump administration and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency's efforts to reduce the size of the federal government workforce.
It's ABC's Selena Wang reporting. A husband has been charged in the death of a Clarksville woman. Police say Megan Raymond was reported missing Friday. Police have found her body on Saturday, but they're not saying where. However, we do know the Scott County Sheriff's Office was involved in this investigation. Dennis Raymond has been charged with murder, and the investigation continues. The Tennessee Attorney General's office is asking the state Supreme Court to resume executions and set execution dates for 5 people on death row 5 years after the state last put a person to death. It comes after a new lethal injection protocol using a single drug was established instead of the 3-drug cocktail that had raised concerns. There are 46 people on death row in Tennessee. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After an up and down week of wins and losses, the major stock averages rallied on Friday. The Dow Jones gained 600 points and headed into the weekend at 43,841. The S&P and NASDAQ composite each picked up 1.6% on the day. Cryptocurrency prices jumped after President Trump announced over the weekend that he wants to put 5 digital currencies into a new U.S. strategic reserve. Bitcoin, as a result, surged 10%, Ether 12%. With Trump's tariffs on Chinese imports set to take effect tomorrow, China's state-backed Global Times says officials in Beijing are likely to tack tariffs onto American agricultural products, things like soybeans, meat, and grains. The next generation laptop may have a foldable screen and a battery powered by sunlight. Lenovo, the world's biggest PC maker, unveiled its latest concepts this morning at the Mobile World Congress trade show in Barcelona. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning are all pointing upward, so we could have a nice open. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a stalled out car on 24 westbound. It's right at Almaville Road, exit 70. Watch out for that. Also, a crash involving injuries, Briley Parkway out at the airport at Glastonbury Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you're doing well. Watch us on YouTube. Watch us on Facebook. Watch us at 997WTN.com. Watch us on X. I prefer you watch us on YouTube. Go there, like and subscribe. And also, if you would, take the Daily Dan poll. And you can also stream us everywhere. Download the podcast as well. There is so much going on this morning. And the super text line is open at 615-737-9986. I spent part of the 5 o'clock hour talking about the lead up to the blow up. Because there's this big question, the blow up between Donald Trump and Vladimir Zelensky. Of course, J.D. Vance was in there as well. One of the people on the super text line said, J.D. Vance is an absolute pit bull. I love it, says the super texter, and absolutely so do I. But who ambushed who? That is my question. Because you've got all these people in the media. The headlines are everywhere. Donald Trump ambushed Zelensky. J.D. Vance ambushed Zelensky. I think Zelensky ambushed Donald Trump. Number one, and people keep asking me if I know this story. Yes, I talked about it in the 5, where Chris Coons, this Democrat, said that Zelensky met with a bunch of Democrats and they implored Zelensky, do not sign this deal. Do not sign the mineral deal. Because they wanted to do whatever they could to not get Donald Trump a victory. Because somehow for these Trump-hating Democrats, and I know that's redundant, but for these Trump-hating Democrats and Trump-hating Republicans as well, it is more important for them to have this meat grinder of a war where thousands of people are dying. It is a never-ending war. The Trump haters would rather that war continue than Donald Trump have a victory. And that's what's crazy about all of this, is that all Donald Trump wants to do is stop the war and save lives. And so there's all kinds of audio that I've been playing for you about how Trump is simply trying to stop this war. And Zelensky, throughout the entire meeting on Friday, was poking the bear that is Donald Trump and arguing with him at every turn. And then when Vance comes in, Vance throws in his 2 cents about how Zelensky should be thanking Donald Trump. Then what ensued was, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, whatever it was, of Donald Trump trying to speak and Zelensky trying to talk over the president. And over again, Donald Trump has simply said that he wants to stop this war. And he wants to get the mineral deal signed, and then we'll talk about security. Donald Trump has been very consistent about all of that. And for the president, he says that he wants to be known as a peacemaker. That's what he says. Can I get some audio? Here's what he said.
I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done.
Yeah, and that's all Donald Trump kept saying. Now, here's the question, and this is part of what I thought was really interesting. A lot of people want Donald Trump to be more aligned with Zelensky than Putin. And everybody wants Donald Trump to start trashing Vladimir Putin as a terrible guy. Now, Donald Trump in the past has said negative things about Vladimir Putin. But right now, Trump is trying to negotiate a peace deal. And so he is out there basically saying, I'm speaking to Putin, I'm speaking to Zelensky, I got to get them close to an agreement and then get everybody on the same page. That's how you do it. Everybody wants Donald Trump to say that Putin is the one that invaded Ukraine, and Trump is sitting here simply trying to point out that's not the way to get a deal done.
25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president during. He never broke to me. In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those periods, he had conversations with our side.
All right, so that was right before the blow up. And you see what Zelensky did. He's challenging Donald Trump. And what Trump is trying to say is that Putin has not gone back on a deal that Donald Trump himself negotiated. So you have Zelensky calling out America, calling out past presidents, of course, and calling out Donald Trump for not protecting Ukraine over the past 10 to 12 years since Vladimir Putin took over Crimea. Forgetting about the fact, of course, that it was Donald Trump that gave Ukraine lethal weaponry to use against Vladimir Putin and the Russians. That was Donald Trump. Barack Obama gave toilet paper. Remember all that? And so this was right after J.D. Vance had mentioned that we needed diplomacy to stop the war.
I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
And so this is where the whole thing went south. Now, remember the dynamic, right? No deal is signed. They've been trying to get Zelensky to sign a deal for the last 5-6 weeks since Donald Trump took office. It's a mineral deal where America gets paid back for the hundreds of billions of dollars that we have put into defending Ukraine. And you have Zelensky demanding that there be a security deal in sort of embedded in this mineral deal, and Trump doesn't want to do that. Now, here's what I would say, because I understand what Zelensky's trying to do. Zelensky is trying to get protection moving forward. If I'm going to give up all of these minerals, hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars worth of minerals, then he wants a long-term protection deal from America. And Trump doesn't want to do that. Trump simply wants to get paid back for the last 3.5 years. That's what Trump wants. He wants America to get paid back. And so maybe we do that. In my opinion, maybe we do this for, a few years until we are paid back. And then we renegotiate. But this is the dynamic. They've been on Zelensky to sign this deal. He refused. Before the meeting, Zelensky refused to sign it yet again without this guarantee of protection from America. He also refused to wear a suit. Donald Trump said very nice things about Zelensky, and Zelensky comes out bad-mouthing not only Donald Trump, but also, frankly, it was disrespectful to America and J.D. Vance. And everyone is trying to get Trump to say nasty things about Vladimir Putin, and Zelensky's going after Putin big time, calling him a butcher and all the things that we know that Vladimir Putin is. And all Donald Trump wants to do is get a deal done and stop the killing.
What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
And here's the whole deal about, because it's like a gotcha, right? That Zelensky is trying to do. Gotcha, you've never been to Ukraine. You don't have to go to Ukraine to know the problems that they have. The problems that they have is that without America, they're going to be forced, they're going to be slaughtered. Let's just be honest. But you don't have to go to Ukraine to know the problems and the challenges that they have. And so now the Trump administration, here's what's going on, like right this moment. Right this moment, Zelensky is out there now saying that he is ready to sign a deal. All of a sudden, after meeting with all of the European leaders, he has now come out and said he is ready to sign this mineral deal. And I don't know if there's been a response from the Trump administration, but the Trump administration, they were on full force over the weekend talking about this because there's a lot of things to say about it. Tulsi Gabbard, she was absolutely epic on Fox News. I've got that audio coming up next. It is 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Crews on the scene. No problems coming in on 40 or 65. I'm Christy O'Brien.
6:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes today, sunny and a high of 61. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, this is going to be fun on Wednesday of this week. Sanctuary city mayors are going to be testifying on Capitol Hill. I cannot wait to see that. But back to what's going on with Ukraine. This is still the biggest news story of the day. So now the Trump administration getting their messaging out and reinforcing that Trump is simply trying to forge a path to peace. Tulsi Gabbard was on Fox News.
Really, there's two viable paths here. One is that this war continues on as it has for over 3 years. More and more Ukrainians will lose their lives. More and more of the country of Ukraine will be decimated and destroyed in this what will continue to be essentially a war of attrition. And to what end? To what outcome? President Trump sees this reality. So the alternative to this, which he is so intent on, which he talked about continuously throughout his campaign, that the American people voted for, is his commitment to ending this war and bringing about peace. That requires bringing interested parties to the table to conduct these negotiations. Of course, both sides are going to have their arguments and their interests that they are fighting for. This is the reality of how these negotiations always occur during times of war. Neither side is going to be happy, very likely, with the outcome, but ultimately it needs to lead to peace.
And that's the bottom line. All Trump wants is the killing to stop. We've given Ukraine billions of dollars, and where has it led us? And that's the other thing. All the Democrats, all the Trump-hating Republicans, all these folks in the media, what is your plan? You don't have one. All you want to do is continue the bloodshed. All you want to do is continue not only the killing, but the U.S. funding this war. And I think part of what is fueling all of this is, quite frankly, Trump derangement syndrome. They desperately don't want Donald Trump to be a peacemaker and ending this war. And because of that Trump derangement syndrome, what they're going to do is they're going to simply advocate for this war to continue, which is crazy. And one thing that Tulsi said, and I thought that it was really effective and impactful, was that Europe and America, our values, they're no longer in alignment. This is the big quote of this interview on Fox News, where she basically said that what Europe stands for and what America stands for, they're no longer aligned.
They are not committed to peace. And in the case of many of those European countries, that they're not committed to the cause and values of freedom. Even though they speak of this, we heard very clearly during Vice President Vance's speech in Munich different examples of how these European partners and longtime allies in many cases are actually implementing policies that undermine democracy, that shows that they don't actually believe in the voices of the people being heard, and implementing anti-freedom policies. We're seeing this in the United Kingdom. We're seeing this in Germany. We saw it with the tossing out of the elections in Romania. So there's something fundamentally deeper here that shows a huge difference in divergence between the values that President Trump and Vice President Vance are fighting for, the values that are enshrined in our Constitution, the interests of the American people in our peace and freedom and national security, versus those of many of these European countries who are coming to Zelensky's side as he walked out of the White House, saying basically that they are going to support him in continuing this war and that they don't stand with us around these fundamental values of freedom.
Right. I mean, listen, Zelensky hasn't had an election. He's called off the elections. That's number one. Number two, all of these European countries, they don't want a solution. They want to continue with the war. And Americans want peace. And so now you have the European leaders, they are reacting, and they're reacting in a very big way. I've got that for you straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 621. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6:30.
Yeah, we'll tell you why some school kids today are learning at home instead of in their classrooms, and some powerful storms and what it did to a couple of flights in Texas last night. Those stories coming up at 6:30 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. America is, I got to tell you, full of gun stores. But here in Middle Tennessee, My home for all things two-way is the Glock store. Whether it is training, buying, or upgrading, you can count on the Glock store. Now listen, one of the reasons Glocks are the most popular handgun in America is that there's so many custom and performance parts for those Glocks. So you've got night sights and competition triggers and red dot optics. There's so many ways to upgrade your firearm if it's a Glock, and they can do it at the Glock store for free and while you wait. I've done it. It is amazing. Now, there's always a gunsmith on duty at the Glock store, and yes, you heard that right. You buy the parts, they will install those parts for free while you wait. Listen, friends, there's a lot of reasons to like the Glock store, and free parts installation is just one of them. Now, I know that you're going to find lots to like about the Glock store as well, just like me. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. .626 Nashville's Morning News. Listen, friends, if you are new to Nashville or you've been here for a long time, but you need a reliable garbage pickup, call my friends at J&J Services. There's a lot of companies out there, but J&J Services, they've been around for 20 plus years. And if you throw it away, they're going to take it. Regular weekly trash pickup, construction sites, dumpster rental, and even commercial trash compactor services. You can toss it or crush it with J&J Services. They'll work with you on pickup times, and yes, they are incredibly reliable. Oh, yeah. They'll also supply you with porta potties as well. 2 decades of taking out the trash in Middle Tennessee. Call these folks for a free quote, 615-599-7778, 615-599-7778. Their website, jandjservices.com, where they're always talking trash. .627 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 89.7 WTN. Everybody talking about what happened on Friday, of course, and the fallout. The big news this morning is that Vladimir Zelensky is out there saying, okay, I'll sign. I think part of what's going on was, and he never issued an apology to Donald Trump. The big question was when he had that interview with Brett Baer later on that day on Friday, the big question was, will Zelensky apologize? And, of course, he didn't. And now he's had this big, long tour with European leaders, and they all seem to be jockeying for position. But, you know, one of the audio bites that I played right before the break was Tulsi Gabbard, where she is talking about how Europe and the UK is just changing. And so their values don't align with ours. And that was a big topic of conversation. And I want you to think about this, because a lot of people are attacking Tulsi Gabbard this morning. But think about the difference between Europe and America. Europe has welcomed millions of migrants into their countries, unvetted, and now the people are paying a price as crime continues to skyrocket. And so the governments of Europe, they're all for, hey, let's just bring in as many migrants as possible. The carnage be damned. Well, that's certainly different from Donald Trump. Of course, we all know, and we talked about the crackdown on free speech in Europe and the UK. We spoke about that on Friday. America, we're all about free speech. But on the other side of the pond, they're cracking down on free speech. And now Europe's plan to support never-ending wars as long as it's our money being spent and not theirs. So Tulsi Gabbard is right. And by the way, remember USAID, where millions had been spent on spreading propaganda across the world, and in particular, Ukraine. And so, yes, our values are different now between Europe and the UK and America. And it's clear, if you're on the side for ending wars and saving people's lives, as America is, clearly, we are in the right. 615-737-9986. Jonathan Fahey is coming up next on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got an accident this morning to tell you about in Joelton. It's on the 24 eastbound lanes at Whites Creek, and that's causing some slowdown in traffic this morning. Also, the 24 westbound side in Smyrna, there's an accident past Almaville, exit 70. They're still working on this morning. More details coming up in traffic and weather next. An illegal alien speeding through South Nashville tried his best to evade police on Saturday, but eventually police arrested the 27-year-old driver. Frank Reyes Borreo was seen driving over 100 miles an hour at times along Nolensville Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard. Eventually, police blocked him in and took him into custody. Police say he had no driver's license and did have a 9mm handgun in the car. It's not clear if he's now set to be deported. In Clay County, students are learning remotely today. The schools there are closed after a water main break that has led to a water shutoff. And in fact, a boil water advisory is in effect for the city of Salina. Powerful storms moved through East Texas yesterday, causing issues and injuries for some air travelers.
Because of severe turbulence over central Texas, 3 airline flights were forced to land in Waco, including United Airlines Flight 5690 from Springfield, Missouri to Houston. That one prompted an ambulance response.
We have 2 minor injuries, 1 head injury, 7 or 8 possible walking wounded.
The audio from Broadcastify: 5 passengers were hospitalized as the flight took off again for Houston. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here, 631 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. Now, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. You can receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. No showings, no open houses, and no stress. This is one of many things that I like about Mark Spain Real Estate. Limited amount of hassle, and yes, you are going to make the most money. As the most experienced real estate team in the industry, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be today. There's no obligation. Remember, that is a guaranteed cash offer. Again, no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online anytime at markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Watch it on eastbound 24 in Joelton. There's an accident just past Whites Creek. Also, out of B&A, Briley Parkway at Glastonbury Road, still working an accident scene there as well. And word that in Dixon, 40 eastbound before Centerville-Dixon Highway, exit 172, there is also an accident in that spot. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 634 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They've put 4 windows in my home in the last couple of years. I suspect that they're going to be back here in 2025 because they do great work. So if this is the year that you'll be upgrading your home, start with a call to my friends at Window Nation. They are offering you a full 60% off all window styles, and you pay nothing for 2 full years. No payments, no interest, for 24 months. Now, that is a great deal for great windows from Window Nation. They've got some of the best insulated windows money can buy. So not only are you saving 60% off on the windows, but the savings last for years to come on energy bills. You know, they've got over 20,000 5-star reviews, including mine, and Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating. Even Forbes ranked Window Nation highest on their list of best window installers. Now, don't forget that great deal, 60% off all window styles, and you pay no interest and no payments for 2 full years. Mention my name, Dan Mandis, to get the Dan deal when you call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, online, windownation.com. 6:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. Monday, March 3rd. Hope you're doing well. Jonathan Fahey joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, always great to talk with you. And, of course, there's a lot of different topics that we're going to cover in this segment. But, obviously, the number one topic on everybody's mind this morning is the complete meltdown with Vladimir Zelensky, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance. And I spent a good part of the first segment, the first hour, actually, Jonathan, talking about who ambushed who. Because you have a lot of folks in the media, Trump haters, and they're actually trying to say that Vance and Trump ambushed Zelensky. But it seems to me that Zelensky, he ambushed Trump and Vance because he was like poking the bear during the first 30 minutes or so of that press conference. I played all kinds of audio to back up that sentiment. But, I mean, did you see the same thing? That Zelensky came in there after a meeting with Democrats where they told him, don't sign the mineral deal. And so Zelensky comes out, arms folded, all ticked off, copying an attitude. And it just seemed like he was poking the bear that was Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
That's exactly what it was. And you know, when you look at the overall picture, I don't see how you could really say it was otherwise. They had a whole lunch planned, a ceremony to sign the agreement and all of these things. So this idea that if it was a Trump-Vance ambush, it would be quite an elaborate, plan to do so. So the Zelensky thing, he came in there, he couldn't be quiet, he wasn't respectful, and I think he's so used to people fawning all over him and treating him like he's the greatest thing ever that he just thought he can, say whatever he wanted. And probably he doesn't want to sign the mineral deal. He probably just wants unlimited money from us, and we're never supposed to expect anything in return, which is the amazing thing about it. And Donald Trump's, I think, done with that style of American foreign policy, which is we're just this giant piggy bank for the world, whether or not it's even in our national interest.
One of the things, and Zelensky is out there today, the headlines are that he is ready to sign this mineral deal now, which I find interesting because he spent the entire weekend, he jets off to Europe and he's talking to Macron and he's talking to the UK Prime Minister as well. And they're embracing the whole thing. And then Zelensky comes out after all of that. Zelensky comes out and says he's ready to sign that mineral deal. I think that's kind of interesting because you have Europe now and the leaders in Europe, they're saying that they're going to step up not only the financial aspect of supporting Ukraine, but also you've got the UK Prime Minister now saying that they're apparently willing to put boots on the ground.
Yeah, I think that was kind of interesting, but I do wonder when you look at sort of the public versus the private messaging, you wonder if they were like, we're going to publicly say we're supporting you and that will help you in the short term, but you better sign this deal because you need the United States and we can't do it alone. So I wonder if there was some of that sort of mixed messaging because I don't know if you saw it was, I think the British ambassador or somebody was on one of these shows this weekend saying basically Zelensky should, sign the deal. So I am interested in it. I don't think Europe wants to not only go it alone, so to speak, but they are not going to foot the bill. And I think everyone knows that. They'll throw a $3 billion loan his way and things like that. But I would be highly surprised if they aren't saying privately, we need the United States. And the boots on the ground thing, you do wonder, is that reality? But that seems to be only after there is a peace and they would go as peacekeepers types of things. But the whole thing is quite, it's fascinating to watch it unfold.
Yeah, this is what the UK Prime Minister said.
The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong U.S. backing.
It's interesting because Trump has been saying all along, just putting aside the part of the strong U.S. backing, but when Zelensky was flying off to the UK and so forth and speaking to all of these foreign leaders, thing I just kept thinking about was, okay, well, then you pay for it, Europe. I mean, that's the bottom line, and that's part of what Donald Trump has been saying as well. And I think that at this point, one of the questions that I would ask is there a way forward between Trump and Zelensky based on the fact that you and I both agree that Zelensky was the one that ambushed J.D. Vance and Donald Trump?
I think there is, and I think Donald Trump is very transactional. I think it offended him, but I think he'll get over it because I think he looks at the greater good, one, to get a deal on this thing, but also he knows it's in our national security interest to some respects, and certainly the world's national security interest to end this thing. And it's funny when I, just thinking about all the Democrats, criticizing Trump and, he's a stooge for Putin and all this stuff. And it's like, well, what's the other option? I've never heard the other option that will make this better. Is it lots of people die and we spend a bunch of money and we end up in the same place in 3 or 4 years? Is it lots of people die, we spend a lot of money and Russia takes over? Or is it lots of people die, we spend a lot of money and somehow Ukraine wins, which seems to be the least likely scenario? And the bonus option is obviously World War III. So I'd love to hear the Democrats when they're just complaining about Trump is like, well, what's the way that this ends better than Trump's solution? Maybe there is in fact a better idea, but they should be putting it out there rather than just sort of this, the standard name calling, which just seems like all they can do.
I think part of what, and I talked about this a little bit in the 5 o'clock hour, but there's all this opposition, and you just touched on it. There's all this opposition against Trump and Vance and, trying to work out a deal with Vladimir Putin. And I'm just wondering, because it seems to be common sense that you want a war with a lot of carnage and is costing a lot of money, costing a lot of lives, of course. You want to try to end that war. And it just seems like common sense. Is a lot of the opposition based on Trump derangement syndrome?
Yeah, it has to be. And, the funny thing is, we've talked about, I'm sure you talked about this, he's trying to mediate this thing. The Democrats would rather beat their chest and get a bad resolution than to maybe dial back the rhetoric and get a good resolution. Because Donald Trump, if he's bringing them to the table, he can't just be trashing Putin and everything else. If he's somewhat respectful to Putin, he'll end up getting more for Ukraine, which everyone seems to miss the point. And anyone that's been involved in a mediation, that's what people do. The mediator will tell the one side, oh, you've got some issues, you may want to come a little bit this way. And then they say that to the other side. So I find this just remarkable that people seem to be missing the point. And maybe Donald Trump won't succeed here, but at least he's trying something that's better than the current situation and would also benefit the American public with the mineral deal, which will also ultimately benefit Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll get into this a little bit more during the after the traffic, but you're right, because this mineral deal, and I've talked about this mineral deal a lot. It's a deal to help Ukraine, partner with Ukraine, mine their minerals, mine their resources. That could bring billions of dollars to America. It would also bring billions of dollars, of course, to Ukraine in this partnership. And it seems to me like if we are partnered with Ukraine from a financial standpoint, well, then ultimately that does provide them a sense of security, because if we're getting a lot of money or a lot of minerals from Ukraine in this partnership, then that in and of itself serves as it would seem to me, a willingness to protect Ukraine and our investments from Russia. But we'll talk about that straight ahead. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. .645, your weather today, a high of 61 and sunny. Right now, 30 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up, right before the news at 7, there's something really weird going on within the Republican Party in Williamson County that we're going to talk about, again, right before the news, coming up here on WTN. So, Jonathan Fahey joining us, talking about a deal with Ukraine, a mineral deal. If we are engaged in this partnership where we are helping Ukraine get their minerals and we're getting money for it and so forth, well, does that in and of itself provide some sort of a guarantee of protection for Ukraine? Because ultimately what America would be doing is protecting our investment in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's like you want to have if you're Ukraine, you want to have our interest as close to alignment with their interests as possible. So if we're going to invest a lot of money and everything else, and these minerals are vital to our economy, we're going to protect them. And Putin knows that too. And he's not, after seeing, Trump this weekend, everyone, the Democrats are missing the point. I think Putin actually sees Trump as strong because nobody has actually stood up to Zelensky for the last 4 years. Everyone has fawned all over him when he's like sort of the Dr. Fauci of world leaders, just prancing around, hanging out with celebrities, and seemingly has plenty of time on his hands, which is just the astonishing thing about it. And everyone has just fawned all over him. Nobody dares question where the money goes or anything else. They just act like he's the greatest thing ever. And Donald Trump finally just said, hey, enough, this is ending, like it or not, we need to end this thing, and it's better for your people. And if you're Ukrainian mom or dad with a son that, granted you don't get, drafted until 25 in Ukraine, but it's like you don't want your kids to die, your parents to die over this if it's not going to get any better.
One of the things, and then we're going to move on, but one of the things that I would ask is, do you see any path where we will continue to fund Ukraine moving forward, or is that ship just completely sailed at this point?
I would think there is no scenario. The only scenario would be funding that accompanied a peace deal, meaning like, hey, we have a peace deal and they need funding for this or that, at least on the short term. But I even think that may be a stretch. But if they don't work something out, I know there's no one that could see Donald Trump going to Congress asking for more money on this, or the Republicans voting for it. That just seems very far-fetched. So they probably realize, hey, they've got a lot of money from us, but they've got to do it on their own or with Europe's help, and maybe Europe will step up in a big way, but I don't think anyone realistically thinks that. They might, they're paying lip service over the weekend, but when it's time to write checks, they're not going to be there with as great of a level of enthusiasm.
All right, real quickly, this is going to be really interesting. Later on this week on Wednesday, sanctuary city mayors are going to be testifying in front of Congress. How much of a train wreck is that going to be?
A complete train wreck. I don't think these sanctuary cities mayors fully realize the vulnerability they have, because the questions are going to be, what was the purpose of these sanctuary cities? Was it to keep illegal aliens in your community? Because if that's the case, that's a federal violation of the harboring statute. And these sanctuary cities mayors have been getting away with it so long and have a righteousness to them. It's going to be a train wreck. It will bring this to the full attention of the American people, hopefully more so than it has been. And, most of them are going to change their ways. Some of them are going to, it may be Boston, maybe Chicago, are going to end up, I think, maybe fighting this, but fighting it and losing it.
All right, 6:50, Nashville's Morning News. Jonathan, always great to have you on. How can people find you on X?
John for Fairfax, JONFOR, Fairfax, FAIRFAX.
All right, John for Fairfax at Twitter, X. Thank you, as always, for joining us. Jonathan Fahey here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. All right, coming up before the news, I'm going to touch on a bizarre story out of Williamson County. The Republican Party in Williamson County is engaged in a bit of a battle. And I find this really interesting, especially considering that one of the sides is refusing to talk about something that they're being accused of wanting to plot. We'll talk about that straight ahead. Dan Mandis here. Now, look, that pre-summer stress is starting to kick in for a lot of folks. How confident are you that you're ready to slide into that bathing suit? Now, if you need help, like so many of us do, check out Contours of Cool Springs. They are experts in red light technology. Now, they can help you lose 2 inches of fat in that first session, or it is absolutely free. Now, I did it. My pants are noticeably looser, and if not, that session is free for you. Now, you know that Contours in Cool Springs is the only place in Tennessee with this cutting-edge red light technology. Folks come from everywhere, all around, because what Contours offers is unique and effective. Now, you want to see how it works, go to their website, contoursllc.com, ContoursLLC.com. Now, right now, they're offering you a $99 Belly Buster special to their first 10 callers. That is normally a $600 value. The first 10 callers get it for $99. That phone number is 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. By the way, they're also going to be at our big event tomorrow. Find them online, ContoursLLC.com, and get ready for summer. ContoursLLC.com. That phone number one more time, 615-236-9960. 651 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news at 7. Joan.
Vacant homes being targeted by party-hardy teenagers in Nashville. And a nightmare cruise for some people off the coast of New Zealand. You're going to love this story, Dan. That's coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.654 in Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There's something weird going on in Williamson County. Something very bizarre going on in Williamson County. This is the headline from Channel 5. Primaries or caucus? The Williamson County Republican Party is reorganizing. They've got their convention tomorrow. And this really is broken into two groups there in the Republican Party. One wants to stay with primaries for the party, but another group wants to have go to a caucus format. Now, we currently in Williamson County, and I don't live in Williamson County, but currently they do primaries, and this group that is currently in charge, I don't know what you'd call them, the ones that are currently in charge of the party, they want to move to caucus. So I guess my question is, why would the party currently in charge want to switch to a caucus format? That just seems a little bizarre to me, because it seems to me if you've been doing primaries all this time, and even the organization in charge that wants to go to caucuses, they admit that they're doing really well. So why do you want to go to caucuses? This is from Channel 5. What is seemingly a routine procedural vote may impact tens of thousands of voters in Williamson County. At their convention on Tuesday, the Republican Party is going to vote to put party leaders in place. They report they found out two sides of the party are running on two very different platforms. Should the party engage voters through primaries or a caucus? Now, again, they currently have primaries. They say, keep in mind the Republican Party is strong in Williamson County, taking a majority of the nearly 200,000 registered voters in the county. They say, and County Commissioner Brian Clifford, he says, we're hopeful we will be elected to the board of the Williamson County Republican Party. And again, that's County Commissioner Brian Clifford. He is running for chairman of the Republican Party under the Williamson County Conservatives banner. But there's another organization, and they want to, again, move to caucuses. Clifford says that Tuesday's conference to reorganize party leadership is an important one. He says because of the issues on the table, primarily the fact that our opposition is trying to cancel Republican primaries. That organization, by the way, that wants to cancel the primaries is called Elevate. They're the incumbents, and Clifford says they're trying to move towards a caucus system of voting. Now, Elevate is sitting here, and they've got this whole website, and they talk about and they brag about how they have been able to expand the Republican Party in Williamson County. So then why do they want to go to a caucus? The Williamson County Conservatives, they, of course, Brian Clifford, they want a primary system. He says when we cancel primaries, we disenfranchise so many voters, service members, first responders, the elderly, the infirmed, anyone who is homebound, busy families with kids in sports. Clifford says a move like that in Williamson County for local elections would put tens of thousands of voters in the dark. I mean, the argument is that when you have a caucus system, then only the party movers and shakers are the ones that have a role in choosing the leaders of the party. So there's more than likely legitimate conversations to have on both sides. Here's my big problem, because I don't really have a side in this. But what pisses me off is that Elevate, the ones that are in charge now, the incumbents, and they want to completely change how they do things in Williamson County by going to a caucus system. They refuse to come on this program. They refuse to answer any questions from Channel 5. Their website doesn't really say anything about wanting to change to a caucus system, but Channel 5 asked them about that, and they won't talk to Channel 5, and I sent them a note, and this is what they sent to me. At this time, we are focused on engaging personally with our voters. We will let our record, website, and social media stand for what Elevate 2025 is all about. Their website says diddly or squat about what they're about. They're hiding. This is my message to the people of Elevate. A big tenet of conservatism is transparency. And you people at Elevate, you're not being transparent. You're running from people who have legitimate questions about what your platform is. Brian Clifford, your opposition, he is more than willing to come on the radio and defend his position. You people at Elevate, you're chicken, and you won't come on. You won't answer questions. You're not being transparent, and the people of Williamson County should not trust you. Brian Clifford is going to join us at 8 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still working that accident scene at the airport this morning. It's Briley Parkway at Glastonbury Road. We've got more on that and weather coming up in just a moment. A newly built East Nashville home that was just put on the market was the scene of a wild party over the weekend. That builder says that the teens busted in and left him with $100,000 worth of damage.
200 people packed the inside of this home Friday night along Riverside Drive. That's right here in East Nashville, leaving broken glass, covered floors, litter, drugs, along with chandelier that was ripped from the ceiling.
That's Channel 4's Jordan James there. He says it took Metro Nashville police over 2 hours to respond to a call for help. Now, this is the second such party this weekend. There was another one at a vacant home in Mount Juliet where one teen was injured running from police and another was hospitalized for extreme intoxication. Witnesses tell Channel 4 that the man who was shot during a stabbing in Brentwood last week was stabbing his own mother. He was shot dead by a neighbor after refusing to stop. As of Friday, no charges were filed on that neighbor with a gun who intervened. There's a wildfire emergency in the Carolinas today. Firefighters battling some 175 fires across North and South Carolina, prompting evacuation orders in both states.
One of the largest fires threatening communities near Myrtle Beach. A wall of fire burning down on homes near the Carolina forest, leaving hundreds of trees charred. The South Carolina National Guard deploying 2 Black Hawk helicopters to help fight the flames. Emergency personnel racing to extinguish the fire, too.
That's ABC's Stephanie Ramos reporting. Dry and windy conditions are fueling those fires. Much of the Southeast is in a moderate drought. Well, it was no tsunami, but cruise passengers aboard the Crown Princess ship off the coast of New Zealand ran into some stormy weather over the weekend, reportedly tilting that ship 14 degrees to its side. This passenger, Leanne Smith, spoke to ABC News.
I was in the laundry here and all the machines start going crazy and we're sliding across the floor.
Social media video shows food and dishes scattered everywhere, water pouring out of the pool as well. Market numbers report here.
Wait, whoa, back up.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that a big old wave hit a cruise ship?
That's what I'm saying.
Is it like the Poseidon Adventure?
Well, not quite that bad. It didn't topple over, but it did tilt 14 degrees to its side. And it poured the water out of the pool. That's pretty bad.
Well, yeah, but, water probably then went back into the pool. So what's the problem?
Tsunamis don't exist, Joan. Remember that.
Right, I forgot. Tsunami
That is not
denier.
what I said. Don't get me going on the whole tsunami thing. Moving right along.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcn.com. Stocks the futures are pointing up again this morning after a big rally on Friday. The Dow futures are up 144. NASDAQ futures gaining 149 and the S&P futures, they're up 29 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's an accident this morning in Jolton. It's on 24, the eastbound lanes at Whites Creek Pike. That's exit 35. They're still cleaning up from that crash, which actually occurred early in the morning, around 3 o'clock in the morning. So they're still cleaning that one up. Also in Dixon, 40, the eastbound side, just before Centerville-Dixon exit number 172. An accident reported there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Is Nashville's morning news with
7:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Do you know who and I know that this has been said before, you know who the happiest person in the world was on Friday with that whole Zelensky thing? Pam Bondi.
Yeah. Yeah, it took the attention right off of her, right?
Off of her. And because she was, let's be honest, she was getting absolutely obliterated by conservatives, and frankly, for good reason. Now, she did appear with Mark Levin on Saturday night. I've got the audio. And she says, I don't have to tell people what this is all about, right? The Epstein files, I'm going to air quote that they released on Friday. No, was it Thursday? Was it Thursday? Whenever it was. Last week. It was old news. It was stuff that we had all heard before. And so she tasked Kash Patel, this was on Friday, with, find me the well over 1,000 missing documents, Kash Patel, that are being hidden within the FBI. And apparently, as far as I know, I have not seen any stories where Kash Patel walked into Pam Bondi's office with all of those missing documents.
I just looked, and they do not exist.
They do not exist. Mm-hmm. They do not exist, or they haven't found them yet, or do we know?
Well, no. The story is about...
Okay, the story, got it. So the story's about...
Kash Patel walking into her office.
Kash Patel walking in. Okay.
Nothing, and nothing.
So this is what Pam Bondi says, and she, again, spoke to Mark Levin Saturday night, and she says, listen, I know y'all were disappointed, but just wait.
As you know, we released about 120 pages of documents, and I started asking for these documents right when I came into office and before Kash Patel was in there. So I ended up getting about 120 pages. We carefully redacted them, of course, to be sure the 254 young girls, women who are victims of sex crimes and sex trafficking, their personal information was redacted.
We know. This is all old news. Keep going. Come on.
And out of there to protect them. So I'm going through it, and I kept saying, there has to be more. There has to be more. I'm assured that's it. Kash asked the same questions. Assured there's no more. I found out, this week that a source told me New York, SDNY, they're sitting on thousands of pages of documents regarding Epstein.
With multiple. So apparently these documents, she swears, they are in existence, and they're going to find them, and we will eventually see those documents. I don't know. Bondi telling Fox News, Mark Levin, Americans will get the full Epstein files, thanks to Donald Trump being the most transparent president. But there's no idea. We have no idea when the full Epstein files will be released. And so that is the latest on that story. And, I was talking earlier with Jonathan Fahey. One of the big stories I'm really looking forward to is on Wednesday when these sanctuary city mayors come in and they're going to testify on Capitol Hill. I cannot wait for that because, and I'm going to cover this in more detail later on, but I cannot wait for that because, quite frankly, there's a lot of questions. The biggest one is, why are you taking the side of murderers and criminals and drug pushers over the people who voted for you. Mayors of sanctuary cities. So that's going to be a very big topic of conversation as well this week. Today, though, really, it does seem still all about the fallout with Zelensky and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance as well. And Chris Coons is quoted as saying that Democrats met with Zelensky right before the ill-fated meeting, and they told him not to sign the mineral deal. So the Democrats did. They had him all fired up, and then he frankly walks out into that meeting, and he walked off a cliff. By the way, have you heard, Joan, Zelensky is becoming a verb?
To be Zelensky'd by somebody?
Yep. Listen, proposed verb, Zelensky, the definition, to arrogantly overplay one's hand in a critical public moment, loudly defying stronger allies or authority, only to botch a deal and take the whole situation, leaving everyone shaking their heads. You want some usage examples?
Sure, go ahead.
He's Zelensky the negotiation by mouthing off to the boss, and now we've got no contract and a pissed-off client. Here's another one.
Perfect.
Here's another one. She had the scholarship locked down, but she Zelensky'd it by ranting about the rules in front of the committee. And finally, number 3, they were this close to a truce, but he Zelensky'd the summit with a smug ultimatum, and it all went up in flames.
Perfect.
I was wondering when that was going to happen.
Did you read Senator Lisa Murkowski's tweet over this?
No. What did she say?
Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I am sick to my stomach as the administration appears to be walking away from our allies and embracing Putin, a threat to democracy and U.S. values around the world. Yeah, but
you know what? That is so
she
tired.
might as well put a D after her name.
You know, the thing is, just because you want, this is what's crazy, is just because you want peace doesn't mean you're siding with Vladimir Putin. It means that you are trying to find an end to the war. I loved what Marco Rubio had to say.
Shouldn't we all be happy that we have a president who's trying to stop wars and prevent them instead of start them? And I just don't get it. I really don't, other than the fact that it's Donald J. Trump. If this was a Democrat that was doing this, everyone would be saying, well, he's on his way to the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah. This is absurd. We are trying to end a war. You cannot end a war unless both sides come to the table, starting with the Russians. And that is the point the president has made. And we have to do whatever we can to try to bring them to the table to see if it's even possible. I'm not promising you it's possible. I'm not telling you it's 90% likely. I'm saying it's 0% likely if we don't get them to a negotiating table. And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict, the sooner people grow up and realize that, I think the more progress we're going to be able to make. But the president's crystal clear. He campaigned on it, and he's going to govern on it. And that is, he is going to be a president that tries to achieve peace, and he has been very clear this is a war that would have never happened had Donald Trump been in the White House, and it needs to end, and we're going to do everything we can to end it in an enduring and sustainable and fair way.
I mean, I love what Marco Rubio is saying. Now, there's some audio out there of Marco Rubio. I'm not entirely certain when it was. I think it was when Putin invaded Ukraine. And by the way, Putin did invade Ukraine. Make no mistake about it. But it was right after Putin invaded Ukraine, I believe, back in Crimea, back when they went after Crimea. So there's some audio on that from Marco Rubio, and people are trying to say that this is some sort of a gotcha moment for the current Secretary of State. I'm going to play that audio for you and put it in its proper context coming up next. It is 7:15, time to check the road on WTN.
No problems coming in on 40 or 65. No unusual delays on 440, 840 running accident free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather for today, a high of 61 and sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, yeah, I want to play you some audio because Marco Rubio and Donald Trump haters, they're saying, aha, this is a moment. All right, let's listen to this. The audio is Marco Rubio back when he was a senator. And again, I'm not sure when it was, but he's talking about the 1994 agreement between Russia, the U.S., Ukraine, and the UK, where Ukraine gave up nukes. I don't know if you know this, probably do, but Ukraine, they had a ton of nukes way back when. And in this peace agreement, they decided, it was called the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances, and they decided to give up their nukes. And this is what Marco Rubio said at the time.
In the early 1990s, Ukraine was left with the world's third largest stockpile of tactical nuclear weapons and strategic nuclear weapons on the planet. But they signed this agreement with the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia that basically said, if you give up your nuclear weapons, we, these three countries that signed to this, will provide for your defense and assure you of your defense. And so Ukraine did that. They gave up these weapons. Well, now, this was signed in 1994, 20 years later, one of the three countries that signed that agreement hasn't just not provided for their defense, they actually invaded them.
Yeah, so Rubio making the point that we need to, at that time, protect Ukraine, and that America is derelict in our duty to protect Ukraine at the time, because we did sign this agreement. Now, this was, again, I'm assuming right after Russia invaded back in 2014 under Obama, when Obama didn't really do anything.
And I want to make a point on this for a second. Think about if you're one of these other countries around the world right now that feels threatened by your neighbors, and the United States and the rest of the world are going to you and saying, listen, don't develop nuclear weapons. Don't develop nuclear weapons, South Korea. Don't develop nuclear weapons, Japan. Don't develop nuclear weapons, Saudi Arabia. We will protect you. We will watch out for you. What kind of lesson do you think this instance sends to them? I think the message this is sending to many nations around the world is perhaps we can no longer count on the security promises made by the free world. Perhaps we need to start looking out for ourselves. And that's why the Ukrainian situation is so much more important than simply what's happening in Europe. This has implications around the world.
So everybody thinks that this was some sort of a gotcha moment where Rubio has flip-flopped. But what I would say is circumstances change, people change, the world changes, and oftentimes friends can wear out their welcome. And I think that's what's happened with Ukraine, where it is just, it's something where Ukraine just, their hand is always out. They always want money. They always want something, and they're unwilling to negotiate. And they're unwilling to make any compromises whatsoever. That was part of the big blow-up between Donald Trump and Zelensky. Is Zelensky, and this has been an ongoing issue, refuses to even go to the table. And so that is part of the dynamic, is you can wear out your welcome. And clearly Zelensky has. By the way, how does Russia justify breaking up this agreement, the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances? Because remember, Ukraine chose to, they made the decision. We're going to give up all of our nuclear weapons. They literally sent them back to Russia, the former Soviet Union. And then ultimately, we all know what happened about 20 years later. Well, Russia said that when Ukraine's former government, before Zelensky was ousted, then the government in Ukraine was no longer valid. Remember, Zelensky, many say, was America's choice to take over Ukraine back in 2019, I think it was. We invested heavily in his message of anti-corruption. And so many people, through USAID, by the way, many people say that we basically installed Zelensky. So there's that part of the debate as well. But the fact that this agreement, the Budapest Agreement, the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances, the other thing that they say is that this was not a formal treaty. It had no legally binding guarantees. It was a political commitment. Ukraine received financial compensation, but the bottom line is Russia said, you know what? Circumstances change, people change, the world changes. And in they went. And Obama chose to give toilet paper to Ukraine. And so some look at this deal as the U.S. and the U.K. We actually met our agreement to not invade Ukraine. Russia, they're the ones that broke the deal. And those nuclear weapons, by the way, that Ukraine had, they were actually inherited from the Soviet Union. And so that deal, again, did stand for 20 years until Putin did invade Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014 and took Crimea. So there's a lot of history. There's a lot of history to all of this. But to me, I don't think that's a gotcha moment with Marco Rubio. I don't think that's a gotcha moment at all because there is a lot of history. Bottom line is that things change. And when you have a leader in Ukraine who they refuse to compromise, they refuse to go to the negotiating table, and they don't really show gratitude, and they make nothing but demands, then at some point, hundreds of billions of dollars later, it does make all the sense in the world to try to come up with some sort of a peace agreement. That's not bad. That's not being a Putin puppet. That simply makes common sense. You're trying to bring peace, save lives, and to a lesser extent, save money. That's the bottom line. 7:21, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, we have our eyes on some potentially severe weather headed our way. And one movie that you didn't see at the Oscars last night was Reagan. And we'll tell you why the Academy absolutely refused to even consider it. Those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
That was a great movie.
Yes,
Reagan.
it was.
Did you watch it, Joan?
I did.
Yeah, I loved Reagan. I've watched it twice, as a matter of fact.
Dennis Quaid was so good.
He was.
In that role. It was amazing.
He was really good.
Yep.
All right, Dan Matt is here for USS at 7:22. I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company, and they've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers, and listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if it were their home. And he gives USS 5 stars all the way. And by the way, so do I. United Structural Systems, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you're not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. And by the way, with USS, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair, to name just a few. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Dan Matt is here, and you know it is so amazing to be able to finally see without glasses thanks to Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. Now, I needed corrective surgery to treat my cataracts. I researched all the local ophthalmologists, and one guy kept showing up as Nashville's best. Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. Now, they've been doing this for 20 years now. 20 years of helping folks see 20/20 vision or better. Vision for Life has thousands of positive reviews, and they've been around for decades. Now, my experience, Dr. Horn took the time to sit with me and answer all my questions and my concerns, and I had a lot. Will it hurt? What's the recovery time? Will I need glasses? He spent 45 minutes with me talking through the entire process. Now, by the way, no, it doesn't hurt. The recovery time is really quick, and no, I don't need any glasses. Now, 5 weeks after the procedure, I'm at 20/20 vision and 100% satisfied with Dr. Horn. My only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. Now, help them celebrate 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation today with corrective surgery. Dr. Horn is the place to go. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Online anytime, visionforlife.com. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Watch us, like us, subscribe to us on YouTube if you would. You can watch us anywhere, but I would appreciate it if you watch us on YouTube. That is how I think YouTube just kind of works better. You can rewind and fast forward, but what you can also do is you can take the Daily Dan poll. And today's Daily Dan poll, KGB, remind me,
Was the White House meeting a pre-planned ambush set up by President Trump and VP Vance?
And what do people say?
84% say no.
All right. I believe, and I'm going to get into this in the next half hour, I believe that the ambush was actually Zelensky ambushing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Everybody's accusing Trump. The ambushing was done on Zelensky's side. I've got the audio to prove that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An East Nashville man who sunk his life savings into building a couple of homes to sell for profit is devastated after learning that somebody gained access to one of the homes and held a huge party inside, causing $100,000 worth of damage.
It's heartbreaking. You know, I'm not some big developer. I'm just a guy, and I've got my whole life savings into these houses, so you roll up and see everybody destroying that, you feel helpless. It's an immediate sense of helplessness, and When you call 911 and they say they can't get anybody out there immediately, it's just, you feel very helpless.
That's Kyle Grasser speaking to Channel 4. It took police more than 2 hours to get out there. He said somebody gained access to the lockbox code for that house and then spread the word about a party on social media. We're keeping an eye on weather for tomorrow that could include some strong and potentially severe thunderstorms. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro tells us it'll be extremely windy during the day tomorrow, and then some rain arrives in the afternoon. By late night, those thunderstorms could turn severe.
Heavy rainfall that could cause ponding on roadways will be the main concern. Could have some high wind gusts in there as well. Hail and tornado threats are very low, but something to not be ignored.
And the high winds will stick around for Wednesday, too. There's a reason the popular movie Reagan was nowhere to be seen at the Oscars Awards last night. The screenwriter says that Reagan wasn't even considered for an Oscar because it didn't meet the Academy's DEI standards. Howard Klossner tells Fox News that 116 films were eliminated from consideration this year. The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences now requires films to meet at least 2 out of 4 possible categories to be considered for awards. They include underrepresented groups like women, racial or ethnic groups, LGBTQ, or people with disabilities. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
You know, there's a reason why nobody watches the Oscars.
Exactly.
I mean, nobody, if that is, and I remember when all that was going down, Joan, and if that's their requirements, then they're going to be shocked when nobody's watching the Oscars anymore. I don't know. Did anybody, super texters, did any of you watch the Oscars last night?
And was there anything that happened that we should know about? Because,
yeah,
I mean, honestly,
I haven't seen anything.
No.
I don't think anybody cares about the Oscars. They're movies that nobody has seen, nobody cares about. They are riddled with DEI, and they're riddled with political messages. So, yeah, you know what? If you want to super text us at 615-737-9986, what did you think about the Oscars if you watched it? If you didn't watch it, why didn't you watch it? 7:33 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. It is spring rebate madness at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I want you to listen to these rebates from Busy Bee. A mini split 17 SEER or heat pump 17 SEER, an $800 rebate. Heat pumps 15 and 16 SEER, a $500 rebate, and duct sealing or repair, a $300 rebate. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Again, they're in the middle of their spring rebate madness. You can save a lot of money. Join the Beehive Club today with Busy Bee, and you get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-up, and that means that you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. Now, they'll even file the rebates so you don't have to. There is a ton of other benefits when you join the Beehive Club. I've been a Beehive member for years. Check them all out at their website, busybeehvac.com. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, online, busybeehvac.com.
Heavy traffic on 24 heading in starts around the Smyrna area this morning. 40 is also backed up heading into the Nashville area. Got a crash on Briley Parkway southbound at Murfreesboro Pike, exit 4. Another one this morning in Antioch, Murfreesboro Pike westbound at Hobson Pike. Also a crash in Antioch on Old Hickory Boulevard at Pettus Road North. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Jones, 735. And guys, if you're feeling tired, motivation just isn't there, maybe some weight gain and muscle loss, these could all be signs of low testosterone. It is time that you found out for sure with my friends at the Low T Center. Now, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It is just a simple test, and with their on-site lab, you'll get your results back immediately. Now, this isn't your typical doctor's office. They simply specialize in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, for each individual patient. Now, they've been helping patients for over a decade, and their treatment plans are optimized for each patient, personalized just for you. There's nothing standard about Low T Center. Everything is customized for you. And by the way, for current patients, Low T Center offers you a $150 referral credit for each new patient that you refer. And at Low T Center, you can also get your health evaluated for treatments with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
The early parts of the overnight.
737 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think 5967 says it for all of us, Joan.
What's
Oscars, WGAF. We all know what that is. WGAF. Come on. Who gives a... anyway,
gosh.
So there you go. So thank you. Yeah, I don't...
Yeah. Somebody said that Conan O'Brien was good, though.
Somebody did say that Conan was good. And so apparently one person said that there is a pretty cool Oscar speech that is making its rounds on X. So I
think it's Adrian Brody.
Adrian Brody?
I only got to a quarter of it because it's like a 6-minute speech, but it's not political from what I'm understanding. He's like appreciating God. He first did that.
Nice.
Then he went to this could be taken away from you. Appreciate why you have it. Kind of just being grateful.
Okay.
So he's very humble.
Well, we'll see if
he's always been like that.
Let's see if we can cut that up, and maybe we'll do it at the 8:35.
Well, that's a good idea.
It's a long one, but I'll see what I can do.
Very good. 8:38, Nashville's Morning News. 7:38, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So one of the things, and some people have asked me to sort of retrace what I did in the 5 o'clock hour, Joan, where what I did was, because it is my contention that this was an ambush by Zelensky and not by Donald Trump or J.D. Vance. It was Zelensky that ambushed the president and also the vice president. And so I want to play you, because we've all heard the audio of Trump. You don't have the cards and the big fight between J.D. and Zelensky. Far fewer people know what transpired in probably 20, 25, 30 minutes before the big fight. So I'm going to play some of this audio to prove that Zelensky is the one that ambushed the president. Number one, I've got this montage where Zelensky, he was obsessed about security guarantees.
Really, I hope that this first document, will be a first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. And that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children, they changed their names.
All right, so the security guarantees, Donald Trump has already said this 1,000 times, and this has always been a sticking point, Trump does not want to commit to protecting Ukraine forever. He wants to be done. And so for Zelensky to over and over and over again bring up the security guarantees when Donald Trump has already said, we got to get the mine deal, the mineral deal done first. And so for Zelensky to come out and incessantly talk about the security guarantees when Trump has already said, we're going to deal with that after we do the mineral deal. Really what Zelensky was doing was he was poking the bear that is Donald Trump. And so the whole lead up to the blow up, and again, from what I keep hearing, you have a lot of people saying Trump and Vance, they ambushed Zelensky. It was the other way around. Everybody was frustrated with Zelensky because he simply would not sign this deal. He just wouldn't.
And long-term security for Ukraine, how is this provided?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first.
Donald Trump has been very clear. Mineral deal first, security second. So why does Zelensky come out and, half a dozen times at least, he's talking about the security deal? Donald Trump wants you and I, the American taxpayers, to be paid back for the hundreds of billions of dollars we have paid in. And then he wants out. He wants out without having to get into protecting Ukraine for the rest of time. Now, the very latest is Zelensky is now saying that he is ready to sign the mineral deal. We'll get into that in a second. But Trump pointed out many times that Americans do need to be paid back and Americans do need to be protected.
Terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But
yeah, and so Zelensky then decides to defend Europe and disagree with Donald Trump on how much Europe gave. This was Zelensky publicly rebuking Donald Trump on the world stage. And this really, I think, was the beginning of the end. Listen very closely.
President Trump said that they made less support, but they are our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. They did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue.
No.
Okay.
Listen, it is a fact. All you got to do is look at the numbers. We have given hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons, in cash, humanitarian aid, keeping what's left of their economy afloat. And that's just a fact. And so for Zelensky, that is Zelensky ambushing Donald Trump, needling Donald Trump, nitpicking Donald Trump, because this was supposed to be, as Zelensky arrives, this was supposed to be a celebration of a partnership between America and Ukraine.
I caught one other thing in that little speech that he did about the president and what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Zelensky said that there were so many children who were taken from Ukraine and their names were changed and they were taken into Russia.
Yes.
Have you watched any of the videos this week of full-grown men being abducted and shoved into cars in Ukraine?
Yeah, they're sending them to the front. They're literally kidnapping them and sending them to the front lines.
Horrifying.
It is
horrifying.
Absolutely. That's what J.D. Vance was calling him out over.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, J.D. Vance was like, you're having trouble getting people to fight, so now you're literally taking people, shoving a gun in their hands, and forcing them to go to the front lines. And so Zelensky, you would think that he would be willing to compromise, but he simply won't. And Trump and Zelensky talked about the fact that there does need to be some compromise.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises.
And that is Trump saying, yeah, Zelensky, everybody's going to have to make compromises here. Oh, there's more, because Trump is being absolutely attacked for one comment that he made. I've got that story for you straight ahead. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN.
Road and Old Hickory Robinson Avenue, an accident at Bridgeway Avenue. No problems coming in on 24 or 65. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Weather today, a high of 61, sunny skies as well. Right now, 33 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So you've got Trump, Vance, Zelensky. You've got, Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and other people. And they're sitting there and everybody's trying to get through this conference where Zelensky is ambushing the Trump administration. And Trump said, listen, we're going to have to make some compromises here. Everybody's going to have to make some compromises here. And Trump is getting blasted on both sides. You know, it's a lot easier to write a check, right? If you're Donald Trump, it's a lot easier to just, check a box, write a check. We're not really losing any people on our side, Americans. So if they want to continue with this meat grinder of a war, then go ahead. I mean, heck, Joe Biden was considered a hero for simply writing checks, unaccountable money, and Biden was considered a hero. Donald Trump is taking the harder route, trying to negotiate a peace deal. And for that, he is being obliterated. But this is what Donald Trump says. I'm just trying to save lives and money.
This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important.
Yeah. And so for the president, he's just trying to get a deal done. And he's got Zelensky, who refuses to even sit down with Putin. It's interesting. On the one hand, for a long time, Zelensky refused to sit down and talk to Putin, and then he cries that he wasn't invited to the negotiating table. And then there was the sticking point of wearing a suit. Zelensky refused to wear a suit to the White House, even though Donald Trump himself had actually sent word to Zelensky's people that he wanted Zelensky to wear a suit to respect the Oval Office. And Zelensky, of course, wore his wartime outfit. I don't even know what you call it, but it's like camouflage or something. But it clearly wasn't a suit.
You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe something like yours. Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know.
Yeah.
We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think he meant it when he said thank you, but whatever. And I don't know if he meant to say that he would wear a better suit, cheaper suit, whatever. But the bottom line is that he should have, if you're going to ask Donald Trump for billions of dollars and a security guarantee in this whole deal, and he tells you that he wants you to wear a suit, wear a suit. Now, Trump later, just to let you know that Trump, to me, he said a lot of really nice things about Zelensky before the blow-up. He did. He said, we're honored to have you here. We're celebrating this deal, this mineral deal that we're going to sign at lunch. And later on, Trump actually defended Zelensky, gave him some props on the closing. And this is, I think what Trump was trying to do was alleviate some of the tension.
Please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think he's dressed. I think he's dressed.
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautifully.
So I have more. I have more serious things than answer on such questions. I will answer on more serious questions if I can.
I mean, you see that Zelensky is just being problematic. Part of the big fight, by the way, Zelensky was always, and you've heard the audio. I'm not playing the audio of the actual fight because you've seen it and you've heard it 1,000 times. I wanted to prove, and I believe that I am, that Zelensky is the one that ambushed Trump and J.D. Vance. And over again. Trump refused to tie the mineral deal with security, even though he was constantly asked about it by the media and by Zelensky.
I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done.
Yeah, and bottom line is he wants to stop the carnage. And so one of the questions that was asked was, can you trust Vladimir Putin not to break the ceasefire? Of course, Putin came up a lot.
25 times. He broken his own signature. 25 times he broke a ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president during.
He never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those periods, he had conversations with our side.
So you're hearing Zelensky correct the president of the United States in the Oval Office, in front of the media. And I think that Trump ultimately had it. And by the way, when Putin broke that ceasefire, that was an agreement that was not negotiated by Donald Trump. And that's what Trump was trying to say. Putin has not broken a ceasefire that he negotiated with me. And so a lot of people, they're trying to make this a sticking point, that they want Donald Trump to be more aligned with Zelensky than Vladimir Putin. And everybody wants Donald Trump to say that Putin is a terrible guy, that he was the one that invaded Ukraine, which he was. And Donald Trump is trying to point out that's not the way to get a deal done.
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way.
Right.
I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world.
And then and he's absolutely right. Now, the world, oddly enough, is not aligned with Donald Trump, who's just trying to, score a peace deal. And then right before the blow-up, you had Zelensky calling out America, calling out past presidents, calling out Trump for not protecting Ukraine over the past 10 to 12 years since Putin took Crimea. And this was right after J.D. Vance had mentioned that we needed diplomacy to stop this war.
I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
And that was when everything went south. So remember the dynamic. No deal is signed. They've been trying to get him to sign this deal. Before the meeting, Zelensky refused to sign without a guarantee of protection from America. He refused to wear a suit. Trump said very nice things about Zelensky, but it was not returned. Zelensky had also spoken with a bunch of Democrats who told him, don't sign a deal. And obviously, I think the Democrats and probably some Trump-hating Republicans as well, they poisoned the waters. And so Trump is absolutely spot on when he says what we really need to do, we need to focus on peace.
What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
So you can tell, at least to me, and I think I've proved it with this audio from before the argument, that it really was Vladimir Zelensky who ambushed Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. 7:54. Dan Mandis here, and I got to tell you, I love my friends at Nashville Tent and Awning. Springtime, summertime, followed by fall, of course. What big events do you have planned? Whether it's a big corporate event or a family reunion, maybe a wedding at your home, Nashville Tent and Awning can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. Now, they've been around since 1884. These folks are a Nashville institution, and they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and yes, the Grand Ole Opry as well. Nashville Tent and Awning, a great company. They're one of the top companies in Nashville. Now, think about your backyard. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so you can enjoy it even here in, the winter time as we make our way into spring. Now, if you have an event for work coming up, they can help you there as well with a tent or an enclosure. And they've got awnings for any style of building that will improve the look and feel of your home or office. Get some visuals. Check out their website, NTACO.com. NTACO.com. Nashville 10 and awning. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to call 615-329-3701.
Avenue at Bridgeway Avenue. No problems coming in on 40 or 65. I'm Christy O'Brien.
756, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 generator dealer. Now, you can get a free quote, and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and yes, they do have financing available. So call the Generator Supercenter. They are at 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. You can find them online anytime. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. 758, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is up and running today, of course, as it is every day. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. So from what I understand, there's still some tickets available for our big event tomorrow night. Brian Wilson, Chris Hand, Matt Murphy, Chad Benson, and yours truly, Joan Jones, KGB. We're all going to be there at the Nashville Palace, a live broadcast. It's going to be a watch party. We're going to be watching, of course, the president give his speech to the joint session of Congress. Really looking forward to meeting you folks. 3 o'clock is when Matt will begin his live broadcast, and then the rest of us will meander in as the evening continues to progress. So check it out, 997WTN.com. Please come out, and we'd love to hang out with you for a while again at the Nashville Palace. It's 8 o'clock, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's a problem, big problem on 65 this morning. Northbound lanes at Murfreesboro Road, exit 65. There's a crash there, and the right lane, at least one right lane is blocked. And thanks to Super Texters for letting us know about that this morning. We'll have more in traffic and weather right after the news. The Trump administration moving ahead now with its plan to reduce the federal workforce, and the focus today is on the 3 R's.
Workers at the Department of Education have until this Monday to decide whether to accept a payment of up to $25,000 to voluntarily resign or retire, according to a memo obtained by ABC. Secretary of Education nominee Linda McMahon, who could be confirmed as early as Monday, is preparing to work with Congress to shutter the department as reductions in its workforce continue. It's all part of the Trump administration and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency's efforts to reduce the size of the federal government workforce.
ABC's Selena Wang reporting a husband has been charged in the death of a Clarksville woman. Police say Megan Raymond was reported missing Friday. Police found her body on Saturday, but they're not saying where. However, we do know the Scott County Sheriff's Office was involved in the investigation. Dennis Raymond has been charged with murder. That investigation is ongoing. The Tennessee Attorney General's office asking the state Supreme Court now to resume executions and set execution dates for 5 people on death row 5 years after the state last put a person to death. It comes after a new lethal injection protocol that uses a single drug. It was established instead of that 3-drug cocktail that had raised concerns. There are 46 people on death row in Tennessee. Actor Gene Hackman was honored at the Oscars last night, but police are no closer to finding out what happened to him and his wife.
Investigators now analyzing data from 2 cell phones they retrieved from the home, along with thyroid and heart medications, a 2025 monthly planner, and records from MyQuest, a medical diagnostic service. Preliminary tests showed no signs of carbon monoxide poisoning. A full toxicology report has been ordered, but could take months to complete.
That's ABC's Eva Pilgrim. Money News now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Protests staged at Tesla dealerships around the country over the weekend. This woman at a Boston dealership thinks the government has gone off the rails. Check out what she has to say.
Stop this terrible tearing up of our government. And get things back to normal. They should rehire all the people they fired. They need to reinstate USAID. Trump should not be bullying President Zelensky, who is an absolute hero.
Now, despite those protests, a Morgan Stanley analyst named Tesla as a top pick, saying it'll make a comeback. Well, that was enough to send the stock 3% higher in after-hours trading. Stock futures are all pointing up a half hour here before the opening bell. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. got some lanes blocked on 65 North in Franklin this morning because of a crash. It's right at Murfreesboro Road, exit 65. Then we've got a crash as well in Providence, Davidson County at Nolensville Pike near Burkett Road, also at Granny White Pike near Morrow Avenue, and a crash as well out at the airport. Been there all morning long. Briley Parkway southbound at Murfreesboro Pike exit 4. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. It is Monday, March 3rd. Hope you're doing well. So this is from Channel 5. There is a battle that is not brewing, and it is going on right now between Republicans in Williamson County. This is from Channel 5. What seemingly a routine procedural vote may impact tens of thousands of voters in Williamson County. At their convention tomorrow, the Republican Party will vote to put party leaders in place. And they report they found two sides of the party are running on very different platforms. Should the party engage voters through primaries or a caucus? Now, we currently have primaries in Williamson County, of course. Now, they say, keep in mind the Republican Party is strong in Williamson County, taking a majority of the nearly 200,000 registered voters in the county. And so now you've got two different organizations. One guy named Brian Clifford, he is the current county commissioner, says we're hopeful we will be elected to the board of the Williamson County Republican Party. He's running for chairman of the Republican Party under the Williamson County Conservatives banner. He is going against an organization called Elevate. They are the incumbents, and Clifford says they're trying to move towards a caucus system of voting. And so I want to know, if you have an organization, if you have a group of politicians who are in charge, and then they're trying to change the way that the district is voting, that's a little bizarre to me. What's even more bizarre is Elevate, they're not offering interviews. Like Channel 5 tried to talk to them. They wouldn't talk to Channel 5. I sent an email as well. And this is what Elevate said. At this time, we are focused on engaging personally with our voters. They say we will let our record and our website and our social media stand for what Elevate 2025 is all about. If offered the opportunity to debate directly in a mutually agreed public forum with the opposing slate's chair candidate, we may, they say, reconsider. And I mean, I would remind the folks at Elevate that a big part of conservatism is transparency. I mean, isn't that Elevate talks a lot about Donald Trump and how, you know, they align with Donald Trump, so on and so forth. Well, not when it comes to transparency, because to me, if you're not answering the questions of Channel 5 or coming on my show or any show on WTN, well, then you're not being transparent. How are you engaging with voters? I happen to know for a fact that a lot of people in Williamson County listen to this show and listen to WTN. And so it would seem to me that if they want to engage voters and the people of Williamson County, that they would come on and explain exactly what it is that they want to do. Now, Brian Clifford, who is part of the organization Williamson County Conservatives, he did agree to come on. Brian, thank you very much for joining us here on WTN. So let's talk real quick about Elevate, because they won't come on to talk about what it is that they want to do. But I checked out their website, and I don't see anywhere where they actually have said that they want to bring caucuses to Williamson County. So let's start there.
Yeah, good morning, Dan. Thanks for having me on. You know, what's interesting with that is they have been so elusive with their own position that it even confuses their own supporters. If you look at their statement back on February 19th, they essentially say, we want Tennessee to be a registration state. And until then, quote, we must do what 20 other counties have done in Tennessee. And you know what that is? Go to caucus. So the position they put themselves in is they know that the vast majority of citizens hate the idea of going to caucus, so much so that they even refuse to say that word. And actually, some of their supporters have had to come out and say a tagline that says caucus is not a bad word. So we find them in a position where they're not being open and honest with even their own supporters, and they won't answer that simple question. And that's probably why they won't come on and do an interview, because they know you're going to ask them that very question, and they do not want to answer it.
Well, and I'm just going to be honest with you, Brian, the frustrating thing for me, and I'm not making this about me, but I'm not taking sides on this. Like, I generally, I like to do interviews, and I like to talk to people and find out what it is that they want to do. And if they do want to go to a caucus, maybe there's a good reason for it. A lot of people will say, and as I did my research on this, a lot of folks will say that the concern is that Democrats will come and vote in the primaries for Republicans, and thereby trying to get a weaker candidate to go in the general election. I mean, you know how that whole thing works. It's Operation Chaos and so forth. So, I mean, how much of a discussion, honest discussion, has been going on within Williamson County and the Republicans there about these two sides?
Yeah, well, we don't want Democrats voting in Republican primaries either. No one in Williamson County on the Republican side really wants to do that. But there is a better way, and that is for Tennessee to become a registration state, or, quote, close the primaries, so that only Republicans can vote in it. And that's the conversation we're having, and we are willing to put in that hard work to work with the legislature to make that happen. But what they've ultimately done, they've given our citizens an ultimatum and said, if the legislature doesn't do what we tell them to do, we're going to take it out in Williamson County, and we're going to take you to caucuses. And we know that's the case because there's no legislation pending now to become a registration state. So that absolutely cannot happen before these elections come in 2026. So they will have no other choice but to do what they said they're going to do and take this county to caucus for local elections in 2026.
So then the question is, these are the people that are currently in charge, right? These are the incumbents that want to change the way that Williamson County votes. So talk about specifically why it is that you would be opposed, just to get your side of this, why would you be opposed to caucuses?
Caucuses are not good for our community. They disenfranchise thousands of voters in Williamson County. Mm-hmm. For instance, if you're a service member and you're deployed, you don't get to vote in a caucus. If you're elderly, infirmed, or if you're homebound or in a nursing home, you do not get to vote in a caucus. And it's really hard for busy people or families that have kids in sports to show up and vote in a caucus. So what they're hoping to do by moving to a caucus is that so their insiders can essentially choose our Republican nominees for us, and they think they're going to have better success with getting candidates that they like through that process, as opposed to letting all the Republicans in Williamson County vote.
Now, this is, of course, the Republican Party, Williamson County. The leadership, from what I understand, therefore, they came into power, this particular slate of leaders, they came into power a couple of years ago. Am I correct in that?
They did. 2 years ago, they came into power.
Okay, 2 years ago.
And they started talking about this idea of going to caucuses, and that perked our interest. So we have all been paying attention since then, and now they have made it very official what they plan to do.
All right, so, Brian, let me ask you, how have they performed in the last 2 years? One of the things on their website, they talk a lot about how they have been able to widen, if you will, get a lot more people into the Republican Party. That's part of what they said in Williamson County, which is weird because they're basically admitting that the primary system is working, yet they want to change it. And so how have they performed their duties of leading the Republican Party in Williamson County over the last couple of years, since this particular slate of leaders has come into power?
Yeah, Dan, they need to be fired for what they have done and what they plan to do. They are dividers. Their approach to everything is, if you aren't with us, you're out. And that's on every little issue that might come up. And they've driven a lot of good Republicans away from our local party, and it's sad. They routinely attack Republican elected officials, even on nonpartisan issues. They criticize and attack the Republican Party platform in some instances. For instance, we saw President Trump give his full support of Tennessee for their push on school choice, and he came out and reminded Republicans that it's in the national platform. Yet this current regime in our local party decided to issue a resolution against what Tennessee was doing, battling President Trump, attacking Governor Lee, attacking our Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. But the biggest reason that they need to be fired is, frankly, because they intend to cancel our primaries and move us to caucuses so that they can install nominees for us.
So has your side been able to confront them, have an open conversation about their possible want for caucuses? I mean, they have come out and said, if you'd be willing to debate, that, you know, they would be open to a debate. So why hasn't this debate happened?
Our supporters and myself have asked them that very question. They refuse to answer it. And the best that we can get out of them is that statement that they intend to do what 20 other counties have done. They are just afraid to even say that word, but it's very clear what they want to do. They've been talking about it for 2 years, and they put it in a very official statement. They put it on their own campaign site that clearly lays out, we're going to do what 20 other counties have done, but they won't say the word caucus. It's bizarre.
You know, to me, it's just, and I don't want to pile on to these Elevate folks, but to me, there's a transparency issue. And if and somebody will say, well, because I'm getting hammered by people who are supporters of this organization, and they're saying, well, it's on their website, it's on their what they really want to do is on their website, what they really want to do is on their social media. Okay, but that's not the same as coming on and explaining to folks exactly what it is they want to do and answering questions about it. Because all I want to do is get the information out there. I'm not, you know, trying to pick a fight or anything with anybody. I want them to answer the questions that I have and that people have. And what really bugs me about this is a lack of transparency. Because Donald Trump is all about transparency. And if they're trying to say elevate, if they're trying to say that they're being transparent, well, clearly they're not. And this is not about me. They won't come on Channel 5. Channel 5, they wouldn't answer the questions from Channel 5. They sent me basically a form back saying, well, we're going to directly engage with voters. Have they directly engaged with the people of Williamson County?
I assume that they are trying to, but I think the vast majority of folks are seeing through their efforts to be non-transparent. And we're still seeing some supporters confused by this elusive statement on their website. And there are some that don't believe that they intend to go to caucus because they refuse to say that word. So we're even having to educate some of their supporters about, hey, go back and look at that statement. We think you'll understand it if you take a look. And then they'll go read it and they'll come back and say, oh, wow, that is pretty clear what they intend to do. But they still are being very elusive with their own supporters about that issue.
So they say that they'll debate, but they won't. This is according to you, Brian Clifford, right? So they're saying that they're willing to debate you on the issues, but clearly, at least it seems like according to you, they're not really willing to debate. They'll say that they are, but they're not. And they won't admit that they want to switch to a caucus. You're saying that they will. They refuse to do interviews so that we can ask them a few questions as well. So I don't know. I'm sort of at a loss as to what's going to happen tomorrow night. What do you believe is going to happen tomorrow night as the good folks of Williamson County go and decide who the Republican leadership is going to be?
I think when people show up tomorrow, they're going to realize that the main issue is the difference between keeping a primary system and going to caucus. Once we're there, they're not going to be able to hide that issue amongst the supporters in that room. It's going to be very clear what's going on. And we think the majority of folks are going to realize that caucuses are a very bad idea for Williamson County and what it would do to thousands of voters in our community. We think that they're going to show up. We think people are very, very upset about the idea of going to caucus. And we think that they're going to say, we want to elect the Williamson County conservatives to the board of the Republican Party to keep our primaries in Williamson County. That's what we hope is going to happen tomorrow.
Well, and it's a very familiar, because I'm looking at my social media and my direct messages and so forth, and I'm getting hammered by people that are saying, why should Elevate go on WTN? Why should Elevate go on your show? Clearly, you've made up your mind. I actually haven't. Like, I wanted answers to my questions, but when one side seemingly doesn't want to answer any questions and is being anything but transparent, which to me is a big conservative tenet, then yeah, it helps make up my mind that they're possibly up to no good and they're not telling the truth. So how can people find out more about your organization? Brian Clifford, current county commissioner, Williamson County Conservatives is your organization. Tell me in 1 minute what it is that your slate of candidates stands for, and where can they get more information?
Well, you can get more information at WilliamsonCountyConservatives.com, and we want to encourage all bona fide Republicans in Williamson County. That means if you have voted in 3 of the last 4 statewide Republican primaries, we want to ask that you come out to Cool Springs Marriott in Franklin on Tuesday night at 5 p.m. We want you to vote for the Williamson County Conservative ticket. And I'm Brian Clifford. I'm running for chair, and I would really like your vote. And we are running primarily to ensure that we keep primary elections in Williamson County. So for citizens in Williamson County, if you value your right to vote in Republican primaries and pick your Republican candidates, you need to join us on Tuesday night. A lot of folks don't pay attention to the local party reorganization, but this is not your typical local party reorganization. The stakes are extremely high here, and we want Williamson County to make sure they are listening. We want them to read through the elusive statements that are happening on the other side and clearly see that what they intend to do in 2026 is take this county to caucus. They have no other choice because their push for legislation cannot happen by then. And we need folks to understand that. We need them to show up, and we need them to vote for the Williamson County Conservatives and Brian Clifford.
And for the record, again, I've reached out to Elevate. I asked them to come on. They wouldn't. Brian, you have. Thank you very much for joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good luck to you. It is 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I typically don't get worked up over, like, this is what I hate, Joan, about inner Republican Party fights.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I do.
And so typically this is something that I just, but when this one organization Elevate, when they won't answer questions, that has me absolutely baffled because, I hope people understand, and I've been here for 11 years. I hope people understand that I am an incredibly fair guy. Like, I'm not an attacker. I don't attack folks. Now, maybe people feel like I am attacking Elevate, but I just want a conversation, and I'm always fair to folks. And if they won't come on, then that looks awfully suspicious.
Speaks volumes.
That looks awfully sus. Their silence speaks volumes, Joan Jones.
Sus? You use sus again?
I do. I'm going to overplay that big time.
You're the coolest guy we all know.
Sure, Joan.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. 8:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at King & Associates Insurance. Question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. 828, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. You know, it is so amazing to be able to see without glasses, thanks to Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. Now, I needed corrective surgery to treat my cataracts, and I did research all the local ophthalmologists. One guy kept showing up as Nashville's best, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. They've been doing this for 20 years. 20 years of helping folks see with 20/20 vision or better. Vision for Life has thousands of positive reviews, and they've been around for decades. Now, Dr. Horn took the time to sit with me and answer all my questions and my concerns. And let me tell you something, I had a lot. Is it going to hurt? What's the recovery time? Will I need glasses? Dr. Horn spent 45 minutes with me walking me through the entire process. And by the way, no, it doesn't hurt. The recovery time is really quick. And no, I don't need glasses. And 5 weeks after the procedure, I am at 20/20 vision and 100% satisfied with Dr. Horn. My only regret is that I didn't do this sooner. So help them celebrate Vision for Life, celebrating 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation today, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, or online, visionforlife.com.
Good morning. It's 8:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We got a crash this morning on the eastbound side of 40, Kingston Springs, eastbound at Cheatham, Davidson County line. It is stop and go for a long time up to that accident this morning. We've got more in traffic right after the news. There's been another car ramming attack in Germany. One person is dead in the city of Mannheim. Many others have been injured. Here's the BBC's Danny Aberhard.
It's carnival time in Germany, and today is called Rose Monday, so it's an important carnival day. There is a carnival market in Mannheim that's taking place, and it appears from preliminary reports at least that this may have been the focus of the incident.
Now, the driver in this case was arrested. By the way, Mardi Gras is set to begin tomorrow in New Orleans, the site of a ramming attack on New Year's Day. An illegal alien speeding through South Nashville tried his best to evade police on Saturday, but eventually police arrested the 27-year-old driver. Frank Reyes Borreo was seen driving over 100 miles an hour at times along Nolensville Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard. Eventually, police blocked him in and took him into custody. Police say that he had no driver's license, but he did have a 9mm handgun in the car. It's not clear if he's now set to be deported. Powerful storms moving through Texas yesterday, causing issues and injuries for some air travelers.
Because of severe turbulence over central Texas, 3 airline flights were forced to land in Waco, including United Airlines Flight 5690 from Springfield, Missouri to Houston. That one prompted an ambulance response.
We have 2 minor injuries, 1 head injury, 7 or 8 possible walking wounded.
The audio from Broadcastify. 5 passengers were hospitalized as the flight took off again for Houston. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Moments after the opening bell, stocks are on the rise. We've got the Dow Jones Industrials up 163, NASDAQ up by 100, and the S&P 500 index is plus 26 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:33, Nashville's Morning News. You know, for me, my backyard is my oasis. Now, I bet a lot of you folks feel the same way, which is why I am so glad that my friends at Save a Tree came into my life. Save a Tree can help your trees, your bushes, your plants, and your shrubs look amazing. Now, if your trees or shrubs are sick, Save a Tree can nurse them back to health. If they don't look right, Save a Tree can make them look amazing with proper pruning. Now, Save a Tree came over to my house, and I did tell them my issues with my plants and with my shrubs, and they gave me great suggestions on how to fix my crepe myrtles and my shrubs. Now, these folks are actual arborists who do wonders for your back or front yard. They can make your lawn look amazing and weed-free. They can treat yellow leaves and diseased shrubs, and they can help you bring those trees back to life. See how beautiful your yard can be? Set up your own evaluation at saveatree.com. SAVATREE, saveatree.com. Spelling, of course, is important. SAVATREE, saveatree.com. Another simple way to do this, hit pound 250 on your smart device and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree.
This report is sponsored by Rapid.
Okay, it's an accident this morning. The eastbound side of 40, right at the Cheatham-Davidson County line, and it's blocking off the right lane there. Stop-and-go traffic leading up to it, pretty long. 65 northbound at Murfreesboro Road, exit 65. There's a crash there, also blocking the right lane. And if you're traveling 440 eastbound in Green Hills, there's a crash that blocks off the right shoulder there. It's right at Woodlawn Drive overpass. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Spring cleaning time, and Zero Res is offering a great way to get your carpets clean and save you money. Now, I've been using these folks for years because they don't use harsh chemicals and soaps, just powered water, and that means pure safety for your family and your pets. Now, think about the last few months of snow and all of that rain. So you've got all of that dirt and that grime and that bacteria that has been tracked into the house. You need a carpet cleaning company that can safely get your carpets clean. Not only does Zero Res have the highest approval rating possible from the Mighty Carpet and Rug Institute, Zero Res is also rated the #1 cleaning system in the nation by an independent testing laboratory. When they clean, there is nothing left behind. They've also got great reviews on both Google and Facebook and from the Mandis household as well. Great deal right now for the month of March. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109, 25% off of area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Again, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned, $109, 25% off area rugs. 615-535-9376. ZeroResNashville.com. That's ZeroResNashville.com. $8:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the crisscross minus Chris, which makes it just a cross.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What happened?
Chris isn't here. He apparently is stuck behind an accident somewhere on, I guess, is it I-65?
Yes. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
I smell something.
Let's go there. 65 northbound at Murfreesboro Road, exit 65. It's stop and go all the way from I-840 up to 65. So, yeah.
Okay.
Long line of traffic
Listen,
there.
it's all right, Chris.
We're
Don't worry about
covering
it.
for him? Is that what's going on? That's
No,
very
he'll be here
unusual
on
of us.
time. No, he'll be here on time. He'll on time. Listen, Chris on time is like 9:05, right? So he doesn't have to come in and grace us with his presence for the crisscross. He does that out of the bottom of his heart.
Oh, I see.
And he wants to spill over from the high morning show ratings. That's also part.
Okay, there it is.
Oh.
I was about to say, we were, the fact, if it was the other way around, he would be on you.
I'm
pretty
just,
harshly.
listen,
The fact
I'm just kidding. We love Chris and he's awesome. So, Chris,
and we get to say whatever we
You're
want
too-
about him because he's not here.
get here when you can.
Yeah.
He greases his hair like double.
He's
He's like Ross from Friends.
He and Pete Hegseth.
I gave him the Ross treatment.
By the way, have you guys counted how many times I've been called a rhino on the super text line for having that guy
have you
on?
been doing that? Yeah.
If we did the drinking game, if you take a drinking every time you said that, we would all be plastered.
Dan, you're a rhino for having that Brian Clifford on. So just so you folks know, like I thought I was very fair in that interview with Brian Clifford, Williamson County Republican Party. He is the county commissioner. We were talking about this whole cluster going on in Williamson County. I don't necessarily want to go backward, but I will tell you, people are like, well, he's not giving you the full story. I tried to get Elevate on people, and Elevate wouldn't come on. I don't know what else you want me to do. But it's a local story, and we are, we have a lot of listeners in Williamson County. I am very much a conservative, despite what some of you people think right now. But I don't know. You know what? There's certain contingent in Middle Tennessee where they think that everybody who doesn't agree with them means that you're a rhino, right? If I don't agree with some of these people in this particular contingent of Republicans, then I'm a rhino just because I disagree with. I don't even think I gave an opinion.
I don't think you did.
Caucus versus primary.
Your only opinion was you were not a fan of them not coming on the show and not giving a full transparency.
Yes, I'm a fan of transparency. That makes me a rhino. People, if you're against now I'm getting all defensive. If you're against but I'm a little pissed off. If you are against transparency, because I'm hearing from all these people, you're only getting half the story. People hitting up my phone. I got like 8 people hitting me up on my personal phone, all these conservatives,
boy.
right? And they're like,
stop giving away your number.
I know. I'm lonely. Let's be honest. So, but I'm telling people, it's like, you don't even know half the story. Let me call in. People that are not from this organization, Elevate, they want to come on and talk about this. No. If Elevate wants to defend themselves, they can call. That makes me a rhino, then whatever. Like,
hey, you know what you could do?
Brian Clifford called. He's the leader of his organization. So why can't the leader of Elevate call, whoever that is? I think it's Gary Humble, but I'm not sure. What you say, Joan?
What's my name? You could explain if you could do like a quick primary versus caucus. People are asking.
A caucus basically is like a closed meeting. There's different kinds of caucus. That's one of the things.
Yeah.
Like I would like to know what exactly it is that they wanted to do. But basically, or being accused of doing. Basically, a caucus is like a closed meeting of a group of persons belonging to a particular party, and they are the ones that pick party leadership. And so, in this instance, that's what they're looking to do, as opposed to a primary where you got like the entire district will come in, or the entire county will come in and vote. So it's
registered Republican voters.
Yes. So it's sort of like, but remember, we have open primaries. So that's what this whole thing is all about, is Democrats, and I did mention this in the interview, the argument is that Democrats can come in, like let's say you've got candidate A and B. Mm-hmm. Let's say the candidate B is not really very good. And so the opposition believes that candidate B would be easier to beat. So the Democrats will come in and they'll vote for candidate B in the Republican primary so that their party can go up against the weaker candidate. It's like Rush Limbaugh, Operation Chaos. Remember that whole thing?
I sure do.
So that's what Elevate is trying to avoid. And I understand that. I totally get it. then let's have the state of Tennessee. Then let's talk about closed primaries. I mean,
exactly.
There's just, Joan.
Yeah.
If I ever do this again, tell me not to.
Okay.
I love all you people.
Don't do that.
All you rhinos. I'm just kidding. You know what? If you're against transparency, you're a rhino. How's that? I'm going to start calling people rhino back. That's what I need to do.
Feels like it's a dirty word.
How old are you?
It's like a political smear is what it is.
It is.
Oh, 100% is.
It's a political smear. Being called a rhino.
I mean, let's face
care.
it, 50% of the people we elect are probably the quote-unquote rhinos.
Here's the deal, though. Like, if I really cared about being called a rhino, I would be, like, in the fetal position under the desk as we speak. I've been called a lot worse than rhino people, so you got to, like, bring it a little more.
And
I'm
that was
sure
just
they
at
will.
breakfast.
Yeah. That was Amy.
Shut up. Anyway, so yeah, so I didn't give an opinion on it. I want transparency. That's all, and I want Elevate to come on. And if you don't come on with me, come on with Chris or Murphy Show or Chad. It's very simple.
Elevate yourselves to our show.
Elevate yourselves to transparency. Elevate, come on.
What's the deal with naming yourself Elevate?
Yeah, sir. Sounds like an IT company.
Don't care.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to play a little game, Joan. You ready?
Ready.
By the way, I am. If you okay, so 8064 says if you're against transparency, you really are a communist.
Whoa.
What are you owing?
No, sorry. Someone on our like stream chat on the Facebook line sent what looks to be a thesis. A
thesis?
Like something incredibly long.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I have time to read it. I think
we're
we'll be
not
running out of time.
We're not going to read it.
I know,
We'll
but
read
I
it
would
later,
literally
but
run out of time if I had to read it. It came out of nowhere.
Any conservative would be crazy to do an interview with fake news Phil and Channel 5. Okay, but what about me? I don't think I'm fake news. I'm certainly conservative. Here's another one. I've stopped listening to 99.7. Okay,
yeah,
55. Okay, 55.
You're listening right now.
Nah, forget it. Whatever. Listen, whatever.
You're a goober head, Dan.
I'm a
goofy goober.
You're a goober head.
We're all goofy goobers.
What is worse, being a rhino or being a goober head?
You're both, so
definitely
you tell us.
being a rhino.
Exactly right. Whatever. Hey, Joan, we're going to play a game.
Okay.
So, Chris is not here, and so I asked young Jeff if he had anything, and he had some sort of a wrestling story. His job is to make you and I care.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to take you back to 1996 first, because you're a big Hulk Hogan fan.
Sure.
Back in that time, he was a good guy for like 2 decades, and then he became a bad guy.
Right.
And it was nationwide news. Like it was like you can't expect him to be such a bad villain kind of thing.
Right.
And wrestling became the hottest thing for the rest of the 90s. That was they were the thing back then.
Sure.
Saturday night, John Cena is like this era's Hulk Hogan.
John Cena.
Yeah, John Cena.
Cena.
Yeah. He's
That's what I
this
said.
era's Hulk Hogan. He's basically the super good guy, Make-A-Wish Foundation actor. Like, everyone knows who John Cena is. Like, even if you don't know what wrestling is, you know who John Cena is.
Mm-hmm.
He became a bad guy for the first time in 2 decades on Saturday, and it has flooded social media. It is everywhere.
I disagree wholeheartedly. He's been a bad guy for supporting China. Go on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. In wrestling, he's been a good guy.
Okay.
He also has the most Make-A-Wishes, so I feel like that evens out.
So can I just throw this out there?
Yeah.
Is this all under the assumption that wrestling is real? Because let's be honest, wrestling is not real.
People
is it?
understand that it's scripted, but like there's like injuries and stuff. It's like it's an athletic. You have to be athlete to do it.
Right.
But anyways, so him becoming that, but the thing is, it's not just because it's happened in wrestling, but wrestling's kind of big right now. It has literally flooded like on social media. News is talking about it. Like,
do you know what I
talking
love?
about it.
Do you know what I love, Joan, about wrestling? Is when there's a dude like on all fours in the middle of the ring, and he sits there knowing full well that the other guy has a chair and is about ready to hit him over the head, and he just sits there and takes it.
Yeah.
He doesn't get out of the way. Nothing. He just, go ahead, hit me with a chair. It's all choreographed. And that's why I don't.
You are blowing my mind right. You're blowing everyone's mind right now.
Because I'm speaking truth?
No, because everyone's been saying that for the last 50 years.
Okay, so I speak the truth. So is there a problem with speaking the
I
truth?
actually trained to be a wrestler at one point in my life, believe it or not.
Yeah?
I
Can we be honest? You just wanted to wear tights.
No, I actually, I look good in tights, but that's not the point.
Wow. Okay.
The point is, I actually
Right
trained to be a
along.
wrestler, and I faced this guy who was, I think, 350 pounds. So we're wrestling, and he takes me and just drops me on the back of my neck. But
Yeah.
he did it like because he was such a pro. I didn't feel a thing.
Yeah.
But it looked like my trainer was even like, "Are you all right?" I'm like, "I'm fine." Yeah, we did it well. We did it well.
Okay.
I have a really cool story if you want to.
Go ahead.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yes.
There's a guy in Canada who's blind, and they're about to take one of his teeth to help make an eye.
They're going to make an eye out of his teeth?
Correct. Here's what they do.
I just went to Vision for Life.
Right. Well done, Dan.
Thank you.
So this guy, what they do is they take a tooth and they shave it so that it makes a rectangle, and they put a hole in the middle of it, and then they take that tooth and they implant it in his cheek. No kidding. Because it's what they want to do is grow tissue around it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they put the cornea into that little hole and insert it into his eye, and they're going to give him vision.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Tooth.
Isn't that
That's
well,
amazing.
Because your body won't reject a tooth. It's your own tooth.
But what does it look like when does it actually look like a functioning eye when it's implanted, or is it kind of
because it's-
deformed a little bit?
Nope, it's behind it becomes what would be the pupil. So it's behind the color part of your eye, so you still look like you have an eye, but it's a really perfectly round hole, that was drilled into this tooth.
So how long has this guy been blind?
Apparently his whole life.
No. Oh, gosh. Can you
I'm not
imagine
really sure.
seeing for the first time? What if he realizes, like, his wife is ugly?
Hang on. He was
That's
not
the
blind
first thing
for
that comes
life.
to your head?
I'm kidding.
Yeah, right.
Okay, actually, what if he realizes he's ugly?
Yeah, that could be
I've
tough.
known it my whole life. I'm used to it by now, but oh my goodness.
Looking at yourself going, what is that?
By the way, Bill says the worst thing about the super text line is everyone has an opinion. If you don't agree with that, if you don't agree with what's said on the radio, get over it.
I like that.
I like that, Bill.
Yep.
WWE is super fake. Totally get that.
Mm-hmm. Wrestling needs more transparency.
Yes.
It has been. That's the thing.
What? I should stop this because I'm making people so mad. What does Elevate and wrestling have in common? They both need to practice transparency.
I feel like wrestling is more transparency than them because they actually speak.
All right, moving on. God, people are so mad at me. Whatever. You know what? You know what this is? This is a peek into the life of Matt Murphy. Because people get mad at Matt all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't care.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I got a text from Matt. Purity keyboard warriors is what Matt calls them. Yeah. But, it's kind of funny because if they were talking about purity and being a, puritanical Republican, well, then be a Republican and have transparency. You know what I mean?
I do.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm over it now. I'm done. But and again, Elevate if they want to come on, feel free to come on tomorrow. Because if Brian Clifford, I think was his name, is only giving part of the story, well, it's because Elevate won't come on and give their full story.
It's the only story that we're getting.
So there you go. 8:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So just so we're clear. KGB, I did not care about your story, so failure on your part. Joan, I did care about your story. 2 thumbs up. Good job.
Oh, wow. Cool. Thanks. KGB's crying now. He won't even respond.
8:50. Good, because the show's over. 8:53 on Nashville's. I think it's over. I don't know where Chris Hand is. I hope he's almost here. 8:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. Now, what could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000. If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with my friends at Loan Pronto. Now, they are the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards and start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There is virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, and no junk fees, and often no appraisal. Now, listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money, and friends, you should use it. Now, with Loan Pronto, one client got $150,000 out. They paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and a personal loan as well, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. Now, you can get approved in as little as a day, so act right now with no hard credit pull up front. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, and get the money you need for anything. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. $8:57, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So Chris and I are having this conversation. As I said, I heard from a bazillion of my Republican friends who they do acknowledge that I am indeed conservative and not a rhino. But basically the bottom line is that the issue in Williamson County, and they say it is a particular problem in Williamson County, is that Democrats are crossing and participating in Republican primaries.
Yep.
And then you said, Chris, as I said during the interview and have been saying off and on, is that when then Tennessee needs to close the primaries, the state legislature won't.
Wouldn't that fix it right away?
It would seem to me that it would.
A good majority of it.
Mm-hmm.
You would still have people switching registrations, but it would.
Yeah,
it would limit a lot of that.
So but I feel like a broken record. I just wanted Elevate to come on, this organization to come on to explain it. That's all I wanted. And so I guess now you're a rhino if you call out an organization for not being transparent. Okay, I got it.
Yep.
Good. How's your day going?
It's good. It's good. You look sharp, man.
Do I look sharp today?
You look. Doesn't Dan look sharp? Is it just me?
Joan didn't have a thing to say.
What are you buttering up for?
What do you mean?
Why are you kissing butt?
Yeah.
No reason.
Actually, you know what? I wore this outfit earlier, a couple weeks ago. I think it was last week. I have very few clothes, and Joan said that I looked dapper last time.
I did. I used that word, didn't I?
You sure did.
I wasn't going to go that far, Joan.
That's fine. Anyway, so tomorrow's the big day. You think any Williamson County Republicans are going to come yell at me tomorrow night?
They're gonna come shake you down.
Come shake me down. Mandis, you're sus. Anyway, whatever. Tomorrow night, I don't know how our ticket sales are going, but from what I understand,
we're going good.
Are we?
We are.
Cool. Now, have we sold enough tickets for? Andrea says he does look sharp.
He does.
Oh.
So I'm all flustered now. Thank you, Andrea. Totally kidding. So, have we sold enough for Murphy to get the buzz cut?
We have not. Let's not count chickens before they hatch. We need to sell more tickets for that.
All right. How many more do we need to sell?
The rest of them.
Oh, okay. The rest of them. Very good.
Way to be
it needs to be a sellout.
Yeah.
I haven't got an updated tally yet.
I haven't gotten an updated tally either.
But I walked by the boss's office. He said, "We're looking good," and I said, "Okay, cool. See you later."
That's what he said? We're looking good?
We're looking good.
He was talking about something else.
He was talking about me looking good. Clearly. I'm look dapper today, according to Andrea. And Chris, Joan said last week. There you go. All right, very good. I'm going to stop looking at my phone, and I'm going to go and enjoy some breakfast. Chris Hand is coming up next.